Them a man clown to me walk on them. Me no love chat up me, I want them. Tell them this a real shame and contempt. Y'all can't see me a start of them. Them a man clown to me walk on them. Me no love chat up me, I want them. Tell them this a real shame and contempt. Now fight no girl over no one, me no idiot. If me a take your man, me a keep that. Them a visit me in a street and toss and if I go burn if I she that. If a girl rush me, not say me not be that. But if me a take your man, me a keep that. She a visit me in a street and toss and if I go burn if I she that.
Just touched down in the airport. Drop suit, I'm an Air Force. And I'm a girl that love me. All the one is I'm ugly. You can spot me designer. She want give me the vagina. Everything I from London, Van Street, nothing ever come from China. I mean, Papa, attack them. The new bench, it, I'm at them. Every day, me, I swat them. You weed up on my back, them. See me not too strict, when I like beach. I'm the too black, when I like bleach. Phone not stop ring when I night reach. Even your girl want try peace. I see him some kid. Just touchdown. Just touchdown. Just touchdown.
Yeah, touchdown, you're not good. Young way, man, but young boy. The boy looking like $1 million. Yeah, you got $1 billion. So what's the plan with the guy there? I still way that and that boy. Or if I can knock up, get out. Look like I give a fuck.
Okay.
The short dog, I feel one look like I give a fuck. One look
When
like I
can buy title?
fuck.
Suka ga wata title.
Ya ba ta yi.
In ɗauka daga baka alama baka masu da mubin ba?
A kan kai ne ba ka
Ba gana mubin ba?
dama can yana yi.
Dama ba ya tsayawa?
Ba ya Kuma da ta yi
So many guys that are normal thing. Resido with a big machine. Your girlfriend wanna suck my teeth, but not be that captaincy heavy. If I possible, give you enough fast, them say don't cast, no last chance. Don't cast you, don't cast you, don't cast. Don't cast don't cast, take sick. Don't cast, don't cast you. Don't cast, don't cast, sick. Don't cast, we all get on full 12 o'clock for net. 12:30, use both no flats. She located my location. So I'm going back.
Sensation and body conditioner. You really practitioner. Son of seniority. I've been a ambassador. Big Kalani Dogunda Papa. You should know fuck, you should know suck. Who go pay for a bigger number? When he wants up, she go allow him gone. After long, she follow me first. Punish me like African mom. And the pop you come out of. Come up with the bomb bread and content. And the past.
So many as been a normal thing. Resido with a big machine. Your girlfriend wanna suck my teeth, but nothing that capacity heavy. If I possible, give you enough fast, them say don't cast, no last chance. Don't cast you, don't cast you, don't cast. What kind of people need to follow? Freaking things, only you tell a woman that even you won't like. Don't give me like this. You don't do anything for your love. I'm not to talk to me anymore.
More music on indiebeats.com.
Oh, yeah, shake body. Oh, yeah, move body. Oh, yeah, shake body. Shake body. Shake body. All my ladies, shake up your bum bum. Shake up your bum bum. You know them, shake up their bum bum.
Modernization.
Distinguished professors, eminent scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the day 2 of the 9th International Science Conference here at the Federal University Oye-Ekiti. Please, may I respectfully invite us all to take our seats. Those of us at the back can move forward so that we can begin today's proceedings properly. We are here today to continue the conference, and we'll be starting with the virtual presentations, which is a keynote address to be delivered by our presenter, and he's online already waiting for us. But before then, please permit me to invite the chair of the session, Professor Aboma, to take over the stage. Please, Prof, you can come over. Let's appreciate him, please, while he take over.
Good morning, everybody. Please, we want to invite our guest speaker, Professor Agnes Bolusi. The title of her work is Recent Developments and Applications of Nanocomposites for Water Quality Management. So, okay, Prof, are you on?
Yes, I am on.
Okay, please control your slides with us.
Okay, I'm going to share.
You have 30 minutes for the presentation. Thank you.
I am trying to share my slide. I don't know if you can see the background. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Prof, hold on, please. Hold on.
Hello, everyone. Prof, we are sorry. Please just give us 2 minutes. Usually in an academic settings, before any important presentation, especially keynote address, we normally recite the citation of the presenter. And at this point, permit me to invite, okay. So please, let me quickly take the citation. Professor A. Folosi, Vaal University of Technology, South Africa. She's an associate professor in the Department of Natural Sciences at the Vaal University of Technology, South Africa. Her research focus is on materials chemistry and the remediation of the emerging pollutants from wastewater using adsorption and photodegradation techniques. She has authored and co-authored a wide range of peer-reviewed journal articles, book chapters, and conference proceedings. Further, she was a co-chair of the second International Conference on Futuristic Materials for Sustainable Development Goals, FMSDJ 2025, and is a co-editor of the FMSDJ 2025 conference proceedings. She also serves as a peer reviewer for various scientific journals. She has played leadership and mentorship roles within the academic community, including chairing scientific sessions at professional conferences and supporting the development of emerging researchers and postgraduate students. She is currently heading a research group consisting of undergraduates, master's students, and PhD students, and mentoring some junior staff members. She has been involved in interdisciplinary research, collaborations, spanning chemistry, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and related scientific fields. She is collaborating with academics at local universities in South Africa, Kibabi University in Kenya, Wrocław Medical University in Poland, Motol University Hospital in the Czech Republic, and Chandigarh University in India. Please put your hands together as we welcome Professor A. Folosi for her keynote address. Prof, you have the stage now.
Okay, thank you so much for a warm welcome. And thank you once again for inviting me to your conference. My topic will be the recent development and applications of nanocomposites for water quality management. I hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me continue. I just want to mention that I am very much open for collaboration from colleagues at the Federal University Oye-Ekiti. If anyone is working on a similar work, let's connect and work together on materials synthesis and also water remediation studies. This is my presentation outline. I'll just go through the introduction, global and African water scarcity up until their acknowledgements. I will acknowledge the work conducted by my students, which is most of the work that I'm going to share today. About 2.2 billion people globally lack access to safely managed drinking water. And this means that they rely on contaminated sources, face severe water scarcity, and lack easily accessible piped water in their homes. So this will definitely have severe health and economical impact. This means that 1 in 4 people, it has been actually reported that 1 in 4 people do not have access to safe drinking water globally. This is a serious health concern, as it has also been reported that over 1.7 billion people use drinking water that is contaminated. And this is responsible for the death of about 1,000 children under the age of 5 years every day from the related diarrheal diseases. This is so sad and this is worrisome. So the United Nations SDG Goal 6, which says clean water and sanitation, indicates that at least 25% of the global population will suffer a recurring water shortage by 2050. And it is predicted that by 2050, 43 billion people will not have adequate water. This is a concern. It has also been reported that 80% of hospital visit is related to the use of contaminated water. And this definitely is due to the huge increase in population, the vast expansion of urban areas, fossil energy, and some agricultural practices which generate a critical water security problem. So Africa is dealing with both economical and physical water scarcity, if I must say. The economical water scarcity, which refers to the water being inaccessible because of institutional failing, lack of planning, lack of infrastructure, and also investment. The population is increasing at a rapid rate, and the demand for water will definitely continue to grow. And if there is no proper planning and preparations to accommodate the needs of Africa's people, economic water scarcity will continue to be a huge problem. That is a fact. And again, the physical scarcity is due to the drought and changes in water patterns, mostly due to the climate change. We have been experiencing drought in Africa, and hot conditions have been reported in different countries due to climate change. And I must say that lakes and rivers that used to supply huge amount of water are now running dry, and this is worrisome. So there are also factors that affect, that contribute to the water scarcity, which includes the global climate change, which is a main concern. When we're looking at the water patterns, the drought and the floods that I just spoke about, there's also lack of enough water catchment areas. We've got a huge increase in population, where we're now having that there's an increase in demand, and there's also the overuse of water. There's a point where the demand of water is now exceeding the supply. And another main problem is pollution from industrial discharges into the water streams. This is a very serious concern, because it's now bringing different emerging pollutants into the water streams. We're also experiencing the lack of smart water resources management, which all these are causing the water scarcity globally. There was an article on Global Citizen about water scarcity in Africa, everything that you need to know about that. And from that, I can say that there were 3 key factors about water scarcity in Africa. 1 in 3 African citizens are impacted by water scarcity, definitely. 400 million people in sub-Saharan Africa lack access to basic drinking water. This needs to change. And then citizens in sub-Saharan Africa travels about 30 minutes. We do have some that travel 30 minutes on average daily to access water. When I'm coming to the industrial pollutants, we are having different pollutants such as heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, aromatic. We're having emerging pollutants mostly, which are the pesticides. We've got the microplastics, we've got pharmaceuticals, including the ARVs. There's high consumptions of ARVs, antibiotics, and inflammatory drugs. And this, as a high number of people are consuming the drugs, they don't all get metabolized in our systems. Some of them get excreted and then find their ways into our water treatment plants. And the problem now is that the processes in place cannot remove these emerging pollutants. And then we found those pollutants back into our tap water. Thereby, our bodies get used to them, and then now we cannot treat. When consuming all those, we cannot treat the illnesses anymore, because now we are used to that. We develop the bacteria resistance in our bodies. So there is a serious need to treat the polluted water, and to also come up with materials that may be used for filtering water as filters, to give less advantaged background people, so that they can treat their water. So we do have techniques that have been widely explored by different researchers. We've got ion exchange, reverse osmosis, electrochemical treatment. We've got a wide range of technologies that have been used, but most of them are also limited by the high cost, but the low processing time, others they consume a lot of energy, the incomplete removals. So there is always a need for researchers to always develop, come up with new methods, come up with new materials for the development, for the removal of our water. Adsorption is one process which is a simple, low-cost, highly effective treatment which we are using in our lab. We're focusing on adsorption and photodegradation at the moment for the removal of remediations. So we do synthesize the materials, characterize the materials, and then apply it for different pollutants removal. In adsorption, you need to have an adsorbent, which needs to be porous in nature. And then that is a material that is used to attract pollutants into its surfaces by molecular forces. So we do have different materials which have been used. We've got biomaterials, agricultural activated carbons, clays, and a lot of materials which have been used before, but these materials have limitations. Hence, we need to always be coming up with materials. So in our research group, we studied nanoparticles. We studied magnetic nanoparticles, which is magnetite here, probably because of the properties it contains, because it is a super paramagnetic. After adsorption, you can be able to remove the pollutants via a magnet. It has large surface area and small size, and it's also easily modified. So we are using different materials to modify our magnetite. The main limitation is that it agglomerates because it is susceptible to air oxidation. It tends to agglomerate in different forms of ions that we do not want. So in overcoming the limitations, we're coating magnetic nanoparticles with different materials. So on this work that I will discuss, we treated that with biomass. We have explored different kinds of biomasses in our lab. We've used pine cone, we've used macadamia nuts, we've used maize cobs, we have used the cuckoo shells as well, mainly because they are agricultural biomaterials. They are of abundance in nature, and they contains different different functional groups, actually, that are responsible for removal of pollutants as well. They've contained the hydroxyl group, carbonyl group, carboxylic group, and also the methoxy group. They have lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose to assist with the removal. And then we also have disadvantages of magnetite, so now of biosorbents, especially that when they are packed in a column, they tend to have low adsorption capacity. They also have low mechanical strength. So now we decided to coat this magnetite with biomass so as to increase the efficiency and also to assist with disadvantage, like overcoming disadvantages of one material by incorporating the other. So we synthesized the magnetic nanoparticles and then by co-precipitation method, and then incorporated the magnetite, the pine cone, which will assist to coat magnetite and also enhance the effectiveness for pollutant removal. So we used this material for removal of chromium in this paper. We have this paper that was submitted in South African Journals of Chemical Engineering, which is getting a high citation. I am actually behind with AI. I should have put a QR code there so you can see the papers that we are publishing. I see I need to improve on that. So we have synthesized the material and then characterized the materials. We used FTIR in this. We used the SEM and also XRG and then VSM. FTIR, we checked the functional groups present, and then we saw the iron oxide was there. We got the OH group, the COC group, and then the FeOH. So we were satisfied with the functional groups that were present. We also checked the pores on the pine cone. which is a biomass, and also on the magnetite, because we're expecting spherical shape, and then that what we got. And then the EDX also confirmed the presence of iron, oxygen, and also calcium on the carbon on the material. And then we also did XRD to check the crystallographic structure. We did magnetic properties, because we are dealing with a material that is magnetic, so we had to check that. And then that was working to our advantage, because you can be able to remove that the pollutants that is trapped on your adsorbent via magnet, and then be able to get your clean water. Then we did some adsorption studies there. It was only for effect. I only put the effect of pH for chromium, and then we also used the same material to remove arsenic there. This is the work that I conducted this was part of my PhD studies. And then we had another material where we had the magnetite coated pine cone, and then now we wanted to increase the efficiency for chromium and arsenic removal. We then doped the material with manganese, and then did characterization to check if there's any changes, but XPS showed us the peaks for ions. We've got the full spectra there showing carbon, oxygen, and then iron, the presence. And then we did the deconvolution of the iron. We have for carbon and also for oxygen. We also conducted the BET surface properties to check if there's any increase in the surface property, and then or not. And then we also conducted XRD, and then we did some application. And then manganese was actually assisting in improving the affinity of chromium and also arsenic in wastewater. This is another project that we did. This was also part of my PhD studies, where I incorporated magnetite coated with pine cone, and then after that I cross-linked to cyclodextrin using epichlorohydrin, which is hydrophilic, and hexamethylene diisocyanate, which is now hydrophobic. So I wanted to check the two cross-linking agent, or which one will remove more of them. This one was used for the removal of nitrophenols. And then the first, there is the synthesis of the magnetite, and then the second stage there is when we're coating magnetite with pine cone, and then in the third is where the method one on the third stage was when we used hexamethylene diisocyanate to cross-link magnetite coated pine with cyclodextrin, and then we had a long hydrogen, the hydrocarbon chain, which made the material more hydrophobic for organic pollutants removal. And then the method two, we then use epichlorohydrin for cross-linking the two. And then we had higher removal for the HMDI than for the API cross-linker. So these were the characterization that we conducted. We did FTR, we checked the functional groups, and then on the magnetite coated pine, and then on the one coated with API is the red one. Then we saw the increase in COC peak, and then the blue one was the one that I was more interested in, where we saw the CH group, carbon chain there, and then also the presence of NH group, of which the broad OH group now sharpened into the NH group. We had the carboxylic group present there, the COC, and then the iron oxide group was still there. We conducted the TGA and also did the term images and size distributions, showing the spherical shapes, and then incorporating cyclodextrin also did not change the shape of the nanoparticles. We could see that the nanoparticles were there on top of the carbon background of which it's mostly the pine cone was there, and then the nanoparticles on top of that. We still conducted the magnetic properties to check if the material was still magnetic. And then we had another material. This was a study conducted by a master's student that took the magnetite nanoparticles and then coated that with oleic acid to make it more hydrophobic. And then this was to target the BTX adsorption, where we removed benzene, toluene, and also xylene. So we always start with characterization. We characterize the material to check if what you have prepared is exactly what you wanted, and then did application studies for the removal of the BTX material. And then this is another study that was conducted by a master student where we synthesized the magnetite nanoparticles and then added polydopamine and then cyclodextrin. This was used to target the antibiotics, mostly working on the tetracycline and ciprofloxacin removal. This was the method that was followed, where we used the co-precipitation method to prepare the magnetite, and then use the Stober method to coat that with silica. And then we added the dopamine, where there was polymerization to form the polydopamine, and then cyclodextrin was then added. Then we had our material, then characterized and used for tetracycline and ciprofloxacin removal. So these were the characterization results where we did FTIRs, then we could see the functional groups, and then XRD also showed us the magnetite peaks there, and then we had the XPS results for the magnetite coated with silica, the one coated with polydopamine, and the one that had cyclodextrin. And then we still went on to do the TEM to show the spherical faces and also to calculate the particle size. And then we did the adsorption studies, where we did the regeneration studies on that material. And then we had another master student working on the removal of heavy metals. In here, he was removing lead and cadmium. And we took magnetite and then coated it with silica to stabilize the magnetite, and then we added zirconium hydroxide because of the large number of hydroxyl group. And for the fact that it is soluble in water, so it cannot be used directly, we had to incorporate it onto the magnetite. And then at some point, we also studied the graphene oxide, where we also added that into the zirconium oxide, and then used this for the removal of lead and cadmium. This is the characterization of the materials. I'm almost showing almost similar things. We did BET here, we did XRD, we did XPS, sorry, and then we also did FTIRs, and the same also showing the spherical shapes, and then we did some adsorption studies. These are results for the lead removal, and the magnetite coated with silica and incorporated zirconium and graphene oxide had higher capacity, showing that it had the adsorption capacity was actually enhanced. We did all the batch adsorption studies. We did the kinetics in all the studies. I'm just showing a bit of what we have done so far. And then the application of the materials, we are using adsorption and photodegradation, as I have mentioned, and we are to explore electrochemistry and also biosensors in using our materials. The recent projects that we are doing, we have started exploring MXene materials, which are 2D materials that we are interested in. We are incorporating MXene into the magnetite. These are the interesting materials that were first reported in 2011, and they were synthesizing and then exploring materials. Then they used it in energy, they used it in catalysis. Every year more work was being done, and then it got to be used in environmental remediation. And then this is the material that we are interested in because of also the large surface area, high chemical stability. It has antibacterial activities as well, and it's a 2D material which will have high efficiency for in-water treatment. This is the approach that we are doing. I have one master student and a PhD student working on this. The master student is has synthesized magnetite and coated with maize cob, and then incorporated MXene in there. This is the process that we're using. After adding maize cob, now we need mexin. We started as a max phase, and then you need to leach out the metal there, and then we're left with they're using titanium carbide, and then we then take the mexin and then incorporate it into the magnetite, and then we will have our magnetite coated into the mexin, and then we're looking at different applications. So this is so far the synthesis method that we are currently working on having the max phase, and then from the max phase we need to leach out aluminum, which is in between them, and then after leaching it out, we're trying different agents to use for leaching because we are afraid of using HF. We have been using lithium fluoride and HCl to create our own HF. And then you need to then sonicate and then delaminate, and then we are trying different etching method and also etching reagent and also different etching methods, so we can come up with a material that will be efficient. So the student is still under optimizing these conditions so that you can come up with a material that will work in adsorption. So we also have one PhD student who's working on the surface functionalization of macadamia-based adsorbents via diazonium chemistry for application in water, as well as the synthesizing biochars and hydrochars, and also incorporate magnetite in there, and then focus on the heavy metals removal. Then when adding diazonium salts, because they are now organic pollutants, they're going to focus on emerging pollutants, looking at pharmaceuticals in this project. So this is another project that we are doing. We're also working on the MOFs and the COFs, and then the plan is also to incorporate, we have a student incorporating MOF and magnetite, and then we also want to incorporate MOF and mexins, include this, and then use this for the removal of emerging pollutants. Mostly we're targeting pharmaceuticals in this case. So these are the recent projects that we are currently running. I'm trying to push so I don't run out of time. The recent projects that we are currently working on, as I have mentioned, that I am open, very much open for collaboration. If there's anyone working on similar work, I would like us to connect. So mostly it's magnetite. We are also using zero valent iron. We are incorporating mexins as well. We're incorporating MOFs and also the COFs. We are incorporating graphitic carbonitride. The main aim is to do adsorption and photodegradation and look at the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. Then these are the recent publications. I just put few from our research group. And then in conclusion, I can conclude by saying that nanocomposites have emerged as one of the most promising advanced materials for water quality management, offering innovative solutions to address growing challenges associated with water pollution. And recent development in nanocomposite technology has led to the development of highly efficient materials with enhanced adsorption and photocatalytic properties. And then these advancements have significantly improved the removal of contaminants, such as heavy metals. We've explored organic pollutants. In our case, we've explored pharmaceuticals as well. We've worked with antibiotics and inflammatory drugs. We are yet to look into the ARVs and also the persistent organic pollutants. We're also thinking of going to the microplastics. So that is the research we're doing. So in overall, I can say that nanocomposites represent a transformative technology with significant potential to improve water quality and support global efforts towards achieving clean and safe water for all. So I would acknowledge the people I've worked with in my students who conducted most of the study that I shared with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Please, let's appreciate her more. Thank you, Prof, for that beautiful presentation. That brought the science of nanocomposites closer to us at home here. Prof will take questions and she will wait after the next presentation. So if we have questions, let's raise the questions. She will take note and then we'll call her back later. Please, we want to welcome questions from all of us. Questions. Okay, yes, Professor.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hope you can hear me. It was a beautiful presentation, and we quite appreciate the effort you put in to make your presentation very clear to all of us. Now, my question is on the composites prepared for filtrations that you made. Now, is the final product nanocomposite powder, or did you compress it into a disc? And how did you use it, apply it for filtering water that is contaminated?
Any other question, please? Prof, did you get the question?
Yes, I did.
Hello?
Can I respond? Oh.
Hold on, please. Okay. Yes. Hold on. More questions are coming.
Thank you so much, Prof. It was a very beautiful presentation. Mine is not like a question. It happens that I have my research area very related to what has been presented. So I just want to request if these slides will be made available to us so as to carefully go through it to improve my work.
Okay. Any other question or comment? Any other question or comment, please? Prof, I think you can respond.
Okay, thank you so much, Chim. With regards to the first question, the composites are in a powder form. So these were still at the early stage of the preparation. So we are not yet at the commercialization stage. So this was used as a powder and it was used in a batch adsorption studies. So you just add the powder, you add your pollutants, you stir for a certain time, you check the effect of contact time and then filter and then take the filtrate and then go run. So a powder was used, but in future stage, as we going towards commercialization, we definitely need to create a pellet so we can be able to use that for pollutant removal. And then with regards to the second question, yes, I can share the slides. I will share the slides with Prof. Ayanda, and then he can share with everyone who needs to see them. Then we can start the collaboration work, which is what I'm highly interested in.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have another presentation, right?
Thank you. Prof. Pelosi, we appreciate your presentation and we are glad that you are able to honor us with that presentation. Before we have the next presentation, it's important to appreciate the secondary schools that are here present. We are still expecting more of them, but now we have Divine Touch International School. Let's see you where you are, please. Divine Touch International School. You can just stand up and let us see you. Clap for yourselves. Divine Touch International School, Oye-Ekiti. Thank you very much for coming. And welcome to the Federal University of Oye-Ekiti. Vimpet Standard School, Oye-Ekiti. Thank you very much for coming. Ekiti State University International School of Oye-Ekiti. Thank you very much for coming. Federal Technical College, Oye-Ekiti. Great. We're glad to have you in our midst. Ekiti State Government College, Oye-Ekiti. Thank you very much. One would have expected that all the schools in Oye-Ekiti will be here, but at least we have a representative of the town. Because if we didn't have a representative, then we need to ask questions. But thank you for bailing us out. The secondary schools are here for secondary school debate and secondary school quiz. It has always been a part of our annual conferences, and we are glad that the students are here again today. We'll be having our second keynote address for the day, and which will be the fourth for the conference. And we'll be having Professor J.L. Manwick from CPUT South Africa speak to us on a presentation titled Beyond the Laboratory, the Ethical Relevance, Socio-Economic Impact, and Global Utilization of Research on Indigenous Robots. I wouldn't know if the presenter is online so that we can have, okay, so we can have the citation. The citation of Professor J.L. Manwick will be read by Dr. K. Opola. Thank you.
The deans of faculties, the professors, and senior colleagues, good morning. It's a privilege to read this citation of Professor J.L. Manwick. Professor Jeannie L. Manwick is a research professor and the director of the Applied Microbial and Earth Biotechnology Institute, AMPI, at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. Since January 2020, she has served as a research chair in biotechnology, a role in which she successfully established AMPI as a multidisciplinary research entity aligned with South Africa's bioeconomy strategy and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Our academic foundations are rooted in biochemistry and medical virology. Having earned a PhD from the University of Stellenbosch in 2004 and an MSc from the University of Cape Town in 1996. Over a career span of 28 years, Professor Manawig has dedicated her research to addressing the global mortality rates associated with non-communicable diseases, with a primary focus on cardiometabolic conditions and cancer prevention. She's an international recognized authority on the health-promoting properties of indigenous South African herbal teas, specifically rooibos, Aspalathus linearis, and honeybush cyclopea species. Our research has provided groundbreaking scientific and clinical evidence regarding the heart health benefit and cancer modulating properties of these tonicals. Professor Manawig's work is characterized by a farmer-to-farmer approach, bridging the gap between laboratory discovery and commercial application. This innovation-led focus resulted in significant intellectual property achievements, including a granted United States and South African patent for a sustained release formula containing rooibos extract. Our scientific impact is reflected in our high index of 34 and more than 4,000 citations, underscoring our standing with the global research community. Professor Manawig maintains an extensive network of international collaborations with institutions such as the University of Vienna, Rutgers University, and the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences. The leadership in the scientific community includes a tenure as president-elect of the Pan-African Environmental Mutagen and Genomics Society, and our current role on the International Advisory Board for the 14th International Conference on Environmental Mutagen, ICEM, in Scotland. She's also a member of the South African Royal Society and the South African Art Association. Our contributions to science communications and societal impact have earned her the highest accolade in South Africa. In 2020, she received the prestigious NSTF South 32 Award, widely known as the Science Oscars, for her leadership in promoting rooibos as a science-backed health intervention. More recently, in early 2026, she received a Technology Innovation Award and national recognition from Universities South Africa, USAF, for driving societal change through her research. Beyond our own research, Professor Manawig is a committed mentor who has supervised 16 doctoral and 15 master students to completion, continuing to build capacity in the fields of radios biology, biocatalysis, and chemoprevention. Through her leadership at ANFO and ongoing scientific endeavors, she remains at the forefront of developing bio-based products to improve human health on a global scale. Please welcome with me virtually, Professor Manawig.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, bro.
Excellent. Let me just try and share my screen. There we go. And if I just put it in. Which, are you seeing the representer mode or are you seeing the other mode? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Are you seeing the representer mode or are you seeing just the big slide, the full slide?
Full slide.
You're seeing the full slide? Okay, that's excellent then. Right, so let me start and say thank you very much for that kind introduction. And distinguished colleagues, fellow researchers, and honored guests, and also I'm glad to see all the schools, secondary schools also. Yes. Is there it's presenter mode. So can I switch it around for you? Okay. Is that better?
Okay. Okay now.
Oh, okay, excellent. So as I was saying, I'm really glad to see also that the secondary schools are attending, and it's good to start and get exposure to science at this young and early age as well. So my presentation today is really going to move beyond the laboratory. It is still going to include some laboratory work as well, but really I'm also going to include is the work that we are doing, is it relevant, does it have a impact, and globally is it being utilized, your research? So we're not just doing research for the sake of research. We want some application or some relevance through our research. And I'm going to use indigenous rooibos. It's a herbal tea in South Africa that's really now well known across the world. And I'm going to use that as a case study because it falls within this whole project that we have designed. So as I said, I'm going to just give you a little bit of background on the rooibos and the ethical context of it and the problem that we are trying to address as well, and then looking into the methodology that we followed, where we had the 3 phases of ethical progression from laboratory to clinical validation, and the whole no harm approach as well. And then looking at some of our expected outcomes and impact, looking at perhaps policy integration or even international regulatory impact that we had, and also the global attention and utilization that we are receiving, as well as some socioeconomic impact. And then just mention our commercial innovation, and then future outlook, and just a summary and a take-home message for everyone. Right, so I'm using, as I said, our rooibos as a case study, and this program is really focused on looking at the health promoting properties of rooibos, and it spans across more than 25 years already that I've been busy with this rooibos. And it is a journey that explores the scientific, but as well as the translational side of science as well. Right, so just to give you a little bit of background, and let me start to say why and what stimulated this research. It is really the global increase in non-communicable diseases that's especially predicted now, the increases in future for Africa as well as South Africa. Cardiovascular disease is now the leading non-communicable cause of death in South Africa. It's surpassed already HIV and AIDS mortality rates. And for the health of our population, it is really critical that us as scientists engage early and to devise some strategies for the prevention or the modulation of cardiovascular disease then. Globally, how does the picture look there? It doesn't look much better. The WHO reports that 74% of deaths are now due to non-communicable diseases, with, again, cardiovascular disease accounting for the most deaths. And thus our prevention strategy should be really a high priority for scientists in this field. And through literature, we have seen that bioactives, such as natural plant antioxidants, have been promoted as a possible solution or strategy that come up to prevent your non-communicable diseases. So research across the world have shown us that various novel compounds have been isolated from plants that are really effective against cardiovascular disease development. In South Africa, we have been focusing on rooibos, as I said, for the past 25 years or more, and we are really seeing very promising results in this field. Right, so now let us just look at the ethical context of this whole research program. So the pathway that converts scientific evidence into world practical applications are often referred to as bench to bedside. But that is referred to as the translational bridge. And that translational bridge really fills the gaps that enables us to move from bench side research that we've done um, that's happening in the laboratory over to a clinical environment, to the bedside, and then also to actually impact the health of our communities. So it really covers this gap between the lab research and actual consumer health. So translating traditional knowledge into internationally recognized clinical evidence it presents really a complex ethical landscape and requires really a very delicate balance between your scientific integrity. Of course, there's going to be commercial interest, and then your responsibility towards public health. I can say, and I can mention that this whole translating of traditional knowledge into clinical evidence is really complex. And for years, scientists and the scientific community has grappled with the ethical risks of premature commercialization of botanical research. I know because it happened to me as well. The minute that you have very good looking results, even if it's in vitro or in experimental animal models, your companies want to just run with it and use it to promote their products, but you have to just rein them back because you have an ethical obligation towards the population to give them substantiated results. So we need to make sure that our research translate into something tangible, so that something like socioeconomic benefits for the whole country. And in our case, of course, when we're looking at rooibos, it will be South Africa. So thereby we are really avoiding biopiracy and ensuring equitable utilization of our research. So this is a roadmap, and this is a roadmap of our research, of our rooibos research. And as you can see, it's been driven by the need to address this ever-increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, and specifically cardiovascular, on the African continent. And as I mentioned previously that we are using rooibos as such an intervention to prevent it. So this program has a no-gap approach, this whole rooibos pathway. So it's really to ensure that we have high impact health claims that's by the industry and the public, and they are anchored, these health claims are anchored in rigorous peer-reviewed human data rather than extrapolated data from laboratory findings. And this roadmap shows you a very clear indication of where we started in 1998 when I was working at the Medical Research Council, where we did first our in vitro and ex vivo and animal studies, where I then moved over to the university where I could then, it enabled me to do and move into human studies. And we have completed 3 human studies already using rooibos in different situations, as well as the mentioned patents we have as well. But this is not a fast process. It's a process that has taken 25 years, as I said, and you have to be patient and do your research correctly. Right, so driving our whole journey of 25 years of research, we address this whole translational gap through a really structured methodology of ethical progression. So moving from mechanistic and safety verification to clinical human validation, and then finally to an advanced diagnostics where we use advanced diagnostic methods to really show the impact of rooibos. So I'm going to start just with the first phase where we are looking at mechanistic studies and also at safety profiles. So during this phase, we really established the anti-mutagenic properties of rooibos using a well-known assay, the Ames assay, and that we published in 2000 already. So after that, we also established the anti-mutagenic properties ex vivo, meaning that we gave rooibos to experimental animals, rats in this case, and then tested the whole mutagenic properties as well. And rooibos was an anti-mutagen against that as well. And then after that, we could move into animal cancer studies. And we looked at the cancer modulating properties of rooibos using 3 different cancer models, a 2-stage mouse skin cancer model, a liver cancer model, as well as an esophageal squamous cell cancer model. We also established the hepatoprotective properties of rooibos using a rat model as well. And then in the end, in rats, we could also show cardiac protection against ischemia reperfusion injury in rat hearts. And I can tell you later what this research has been used for. So that was the first phase, is really your in vitro animal study phase. And then we moved on to the second phase, and that's the human validation part of our research. And this is where we did the first dietary intervention control trial in adults, and they were at risk for developing cardiovascular disease. And this was the landmark trial really that we published in 2011 that established that if you consume 6 cups of rooibos daily for 6 weeks, it will improve your cholesterol profile, reduce oxidative stress and the damage that it has to your lipids, and enhance your body's own antioxidant or redox status, specifically the endogenous antioxidant glutathione. So rooibos does not interfere with the iron status, and this is really important because rooibos is totally different to your green and your black teas, as it doesn't contain very high levels of tannins, so it cannot bind iron, and it does not contain any caffeine. So rooibos also, from this study, we saw can manage metabolic disorders as it has a decreased cortisol-cortisone ratio in these South African adults with cardiovascular risk factors. So that was the first study, human study. And then with the as we enter the era of advanced diagnostics, we used echocardiography and also some ultrasound to assess the chronic impact of rooibos on the cardiac structure and function. And through this dietary intervention trial, we used again adults at risk for developing cardiovascular diseases, and we established that if they consume 6 cups of rooibos daily, of either the traditional or the red rooibos, or now we also have the green rooibos tea that has not been fermented, for 12 weeks over a 3-month period, we could see a significant improvement in certain cardiac function parameters, and those we have published, as well as see a reduced right carotid intermediate thickness CIMT measurement. And all of these has a very good indication and substantiate what we found in our first study. So in our first study, we just tested really blood biomarkers, but in this study, we've moved beyond the blood biomarkers to also actually include physiological imaging. And through this, we ensure that the public health impacts are verifiable. So these findings really support the development of dietary interventions that can help prevent or delay cardiovascular disease, and hopefully thereby reducing the associated morbidity and mortality that goes with cardiovascular disease. So scientific outcomes extends way beyond academia. So it's not just the scientist that is interested in your work. It is also your work can have other expected outcomes and impact. For example, policy integration. So our study findings over the past 25 years was used by the South African Heart and Stroke Foundation, and they applied the heart mark to rooibos, which means it's a symbol that they use to identify heart and brain healthy foods and beverages. The Cancer Association of South Africa also labeled rooibos as a smart choice food and beverage. And if you move out of South Africa, the European Union's protected designation of origin dossier. Our rooibos research was also included in that dossier. And through that, rooibos is the first African food to actually achieve this status, the PDO status. So you can see your research, what you're doing, can have a wider impact. It's not just an impact for you as the researcher in the laboratory and your fellow scientists. So internationally, what impact did we have there as well? So it could have a regulatory impact. The science findings from our studies, it also contributed to the evidence that was required by the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA, specifically if we're looking at Article 14. And they said just by increasing your antioxidant status in the blood or decreasing cholesterol does not necessarily equate to a beneficial physiological effect. So with our new evidence using medical imaging techniques, we can contribute to the dossier of evidence for rooibos. Right. So in terms of visibility, so it is really important that we engage with the media and with the public on a very regular basis to share our outcomes of our research. And I find this that we have the responsibility to educate the public on our findings and explain it to them. So it is really critical to raise awareness and perhaps change perceptions around your science as well. So as an example, I'm using our very first heart health study that has a very solid and sustained online footprint. If you look at, there's various metrics that you can use, but if you look at something like Altmetrics or PlumX, this data clearly shows that our first heart health study ranks in the top 5% of all research outputs that I've ever tracked in Altmetrics. And that confirms, remember, these metrics measure global public interest, not science, scientific interest that is measured through other metrics. And PlumX is another one that you can track also how your research is doing in the public space. Right. So in terms of global utilization, leading tea brands in South Africa and also across the nations now incorporate scientific findings into their marketing as well as packaging material of rooibos, and that's reaching more than 50 countries. And this commercial adoption creates really a feedback loop. So consumer trust increases the demand for rooibos, which in turn stimulates the need for further research and studies and validation again. So if you look at the top 10 international destinations where rooibos is exported to, it's mainly to Japan, Germany, Netherlands, UK, United States, France, Poland, Sri Lanka, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. So these scientific findings is contributing to increase the market confidence as well as the international demand. And that we can see through the actual socioeconomic impact, where the exports of rooibos have grown from nearly 6,000 tons in 2011 to over 9,700 tons in 2024. So this impact is really measurable. And locally in South Africa, we now have more than 11 million adults that are consuming rooibos. So this market confidence is really driven by our scientifically verified health benefits. Our latest innovation on rooibos, I can just tell you there, it's called slow red tea, and it stems from the research that we've been doing, where we now move beyond the traditional way of consuming rooibos as a tea, but rather than as a sustained delivery system. We are ensuring that you are getting in the rooibos bioactives. They are delivered over a period of 8 hours, and thereby enhancing their bioavailability as well. Of course, it's not without challenges. The manufacturing in high volumes, that is a challenge, but we are working, towards that to reach mass market. But through that, we have those 2 patents registered. So just very shortly, what is the future outlook? So what are we going to do? Are we going to stop? No, we're not. So we definitely continue to push the boundaries. We are inspired to do further research to advance South Africa's position in the global natural health innovation market. But I must say, in this era of digital transformation, the integration of AI opens a whole new landscape for us as biochemists and to be part of, say, or transdisciplinary research. So we can, for example, shift our current advice or recommendations that we make to the consumer on rooibos from a generic one, like 6 cups rooibos a day, to a more personalized or customized approach where we take into account that individual's unique lifestyle, the biology, the genetics, the metabolism, all of those factors can be considered. And examples of that can be a proactive disease management program or an optimized athletic performance program, for example. Right. So, in summary, I'm just going to say that our research anchors our indigenous botanical knowledge in rigorous peer-reviewed clinical evidence. It protects the consumer from unsubstantiated health claims. It also shows that uncompromising scientific integrity is really a critical component for widespread public health utilization, also for equitable socioeconomic impact and shaping the global agricultural trade policies, as you've seen. My take-home message, and I'm speaking here specifically to the emerging researchers in the audience, the postgraduate students, the learners interested in science in the audience, is your work in the laboratory is not your finish line. That is your foundation. And you must make 110% sure that you have a strong foundation where either you are going to continue from or those coming after you that are going to continue from. So they are going to move beyond the laboratory to research that has relevance and bridge that translational gap that your research can have real world impact. So I've had my more than 28 years of research, and the next 25 years of discovery belongs to these emerging researchers. These are the bright minds of tomorrow and our future leaders in science. Of course, we have the universities of South Africa have published they have published case studies on their websites, and you can go and have a look if you are really interested in rooibos as a case study. Our publication is also on their website, where it is said rooted in science and growing worldwide, and the impact of rooibos. You can have a look there. Of course, it takes a village to do all this research, and I want to acknowledge all the scientists, the postdoctoral fellows, our postgraduate students, and our professionals in the fields. And I want to specifically acknowledge, and I had the privilege of hosting in my laboratory as a PhD student, one of your professors, and his Professor Ajuwan, amazing mind, scientific mind he has, and you can learn really a lot from him. He is now in your department of biochemistry and drives the research on redox biology. As I said, a brilliant mind, and I'm grateful for his contribution that he's made on his road and on my road to dissolving the whole rooibos and its health promoting properties. For our funders, I also say thank you and acknowledge them. And from my side, thank you. And I am more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for the beautiful presentation, for bringing us closer to the importance of rooibos and how you started from the foundation, bringing it to commercial stage. We thank you for your presentation. We can now have questions from the audience. Questions, please. Comments. Professor Juan, you were mentioned. Thank you for representing us well.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. And I want to sincerely appreciate Professor Manovic, the beautiful talk. I didn't expect less. She's a mentor of mentors. And I just want to appreciate you for the impact and the role you have played in my scientific journey. I just want to say thank you for everything, because without you, I may not have been where I am today. Thank you very much, Prof.
It's such a great pleasure. And just remember, you did all the hard work, eh? So, of course, if I can help, I will always help.
Thank you. Let's have the next question.
Yes. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. My question is very simple. I've been very close to Professor Jones since he has returned from South Africa. And he has been singing the song of Rooibos since he has been in our midst here. Prof, I want to know how we can have this tea in abundance in our area here in Nigeria, so that others may be able to at least cooperate and work elaborately on this very important tea that you are including. Please, how can we have access to these robots in large quantity in Nigeria?
I can answer that.
Hold on, Prof. Question. Prof, you can respond, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, you were a bit soft there. It is really difficult because rooibos only grows in South Africa, and they've tried growing this tea across the world, and they haven't had any success. So it's really difficult. But if you are talking about access to rooibos for science, definitely make contact with me, and I will find a way to get it to you, and for you to study further. But for distribution and for bigger distribution to the population, that's going to take more from a commercial side. That's not really in my field, but I can at least put you in contact with who you can contact. But if you want rooibos in terms of your science and your research that you want to do, please make contact with me, and we can figure out how to get it to you.
Thank you, Prof. Let us appreciate them all. Thank you, and have a great day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for the honor that you have done us with your presentation.
It was a big pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, we wish you were here with us physically, but thank God you donated to us someone we could see physically and who we could also send to you. We have certificates to honor those that have spoken to us today. I want to believe Professor Folosi is still online, and would also be presenting certificate of presentation to Professor J.L. Manuwick. And to do that, the only person that has the capacity to do that is also a woman whose intellectual and cerebral capacity is innumerable, and she carries that with so much dexterity. And that is the Dean, Faculty of Physical Sciences, Professor Akitayo. Cecilia Kitayo. Please step forward to present the certificate of presentation to our two keynote address speakers. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me call on Professor Ajuwon to represent the presenters because I cannot virtually present the certificate. So I need someone that will stand here to take on their behalf. Can we please appreciate Mr. Ajuwon? Thank you so much, sir. So on behalf of the Faculty of Physical Sciences, Faculty of Computing, and Faculty of Life Science, I present this certificate of presentation to Professor A. Folosi for a valuable contribution as keynote speaker during the 9th International Science Conference. Thank you very much, Prof, for this beautiful, for the presentation. I will wish you all the best. Thank you. Then I'll be presenting another certificate to our professor, the mentor of our Professor Ajuwon, Professor Mamewek, on a presentation during the 9th International Conference. And the topic of our presentation, beyond the laboratory, the ethical relevance, social economic impact, and global utilization of research of indigenous rooibos. And we've requested for rooibos if you are here. So, and I know we're going to get it. So, Professor, we really appreciate you, ma. And Professor Ajuwon is taking the certificate on your behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's really much appreciated.
We would also get the electronic copies across to you, while Professor Ajuwon will keep the hard copies in his office. Thank you very much, Prof. We're proud of you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have some announcements. We are going to go for tea break. Before we go, there is a lost and found bunch of keys, including a car key. We are not sure, maybe the car is a gift to faculties. So if it is truly lost, then we have found it. Please go to the registration desk with a proof of ownership. How you prove it, when you get there, they will tell you. If it is not actually a gift to the faculties that are involved in this conference. I have mentioned the schools, the secondary schools that are around, and while the last session was going on, Shepherd International College also worked in Shepherd International College. Please stand up for recognition and clap for yourselves. And the audience can clap for them too. Shepherd International College, Oye-Ekiti. Thank you very much. You can have your seat. While recognizing those secondary schools, it's important to appreciate the teachers that took out time to follow these students. We have from Ekiti State Government College, Oye-Ekiti, Mr. Ayola Sunday and Mr. Ajayi Tolulope. Please stand up for recognition. We are glad. We thank you for coordinating the student. From the Federal Technical College, Oye-Ekiti, we have Mrs. Igwe VI. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Ekiti State University International College, Oye-Ekiti, we have Mrs. Alagio and Miss Egoba B. Thank you very much for coordinating the student. From Vimped Standard College, Oye-Ekiti, we have Mrs. Joshua O.T. DT and Miss Oloyede P.I. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Then from Divine Church International School, Oye-Ekiti, we have Mr. Ogundare OS and Mr. Pokuola. Stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Then from Shepherd International College, Oye-Ekiti, we have Mr. Akinle Emmanuel and Mrs. Olofin Gorite. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. So now we are going for tea break. We'll go outside. I mean, we'll within the hall, just behind us, right behind us, with your meal ticket. The students from the secondary school, you don't need a meal ticket. Just go in there. Your uniform qualifies you, and your teachers too. We have everything prepared for you. These are the schools that will be participating in the debate. Government Technical College, Oye-Ekiti. Then Government Secondary School, Oye, Shepherd International School, and VPET Standard Academy will be participating in the debate, while Divine Touch and EXU University Staff School will be participating in the quiz. I hope you got that correctly, or you want me to go over it again. Debate, Government Technical College, USI, Government College, Oye-Ekiti, Government Secondary School, Oye-Ekiti, then Shepherd International School, Oye-Ekiti, then VPET Standard Academy will be participating in the debate. Then the quiz, Divine Touch and EXU Staff School will be. So thank you very much. Technical College, yes. So thank you very much. The tea break is for only 15 minutes. Thank you.
You can dream if you believe. Give it all. Big strong, but I'm stronger. I'm the best. So I pick up my chest. It's like everything wanna put you down. Just believe and you will achieve. That's the way. It's not. They're fast. They are strong, but I'm stronger. I'm the best, so I pick up my chest. My dream.
Good day, all. Hello, good day, all.
Sugar. I apologize for the things that I've done, baby. How can I make up for this? Not be me, not the devil. Baby, making 11, 5, 6, 7, 8. See you by 11, baby. I'm taking my time, I no one. True love, me no dey purpose. Not be me, not the devil. 5, 6, 7, 8. See you by 11, when I get part of it, they can run the fight, you know, you know, run the fight, but I do it for my love, my 5, 6, 7.
Hello.
I'm my yourself. I can't die. I'm too funny when you look at the sky. By my side, don't show me all night long. Oh, I'm taking my time, I know what she get. True love, you know this. I know how we work. I love you too much. You know this, yeah. Not be me, not the devil. Baby, making 11, 5, 6, 7, 8. See you by 11, baby. They
Good day.
think they were supposed to know today like this. But when I did find out, they go come they find you. Forget. You
Please,
know
where
to
are you
run.
going to?
I already know our love, but I define 5, 6, 7, 8. See you by 11, baby. See you. Oh no, see you, 5, 6, 7. Father, shine money for my backyard. Plenty money for my house, you. No return for where you live. Oluwa visit me, I dey wait. I'm shocking. I let you know, Timo, no. And know, Timo, let me make you speak, money. I don't go. Money. Why are they that mobile? That's the best, Papa. Give me good, happy father. Give me none of your father. Don't do anything. Oh, money. I dey do my best every day. I pray make me out of I don't want to be your star, no better. I jump. Have mercy on me. Give me good life. The last day is of mine. Make your favor follow me. Money, money.
Distinguished professors, eminent scholars in the house, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear students, I would like to welcome us back to the continuation of the 9th International Science Conference. Please, those of us that are still taking our tea break, try and round up as quickly as possible so that we can continue and leave this place on time. So we are going to continue with the program now, and the next part of it is debate and quiz competition for the secondary school students. And with me, I would like to invite the chairman of this session, who is Dr. Chika. She's the chairman for this debate and quiz competition. Please, you can join me on the stage so that we can handle everything together. Before I hand over to the chairman debate and quiz competition, I would like to specifically and specially appreciate is sponsored by director and founder of ICAMDA, that is International Center for Applied Mathematical Modeling and Data Analytics, Professor Bakari. So please, let's appreciate him with a big round of applause for sponsoring the program. And permit me at this point to hand over to the chairman of the session for the next part of the quiz.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to today's quiz and debate. We welcome all the secondary school students that are here with us. To start, we want to invite the schools that will be participating in the debate first, because we handle the debate first. So the opposing side will sit here in the other side. As I call you, you know what the side you should be. We want to call OC Technical College. As they are coming, their representative, 2 students, Ushi Technical College, yes, Ushi Technical College, please. The 2 debate, they should come. 2 students representing the school. The next school is Government College, Oye. Government College, Oye. The next one is Shepherd International College. The 4th one is Vampard Academy. Is it what? Okay, Vimpet Academy, please. Come and take your seat. Clap for them, encourage them, encourage them. We also want to invite to the high table the judges that will monitor what is going on this afternoon. We have 3 judges. The first one is Dr. Mogaji. Please come forward. Dr. Mogaji, let's clap for him as he's coming forward. Dr. Mrs. Sonodugu. Join him. And Mr. Ajibade. We also want to give some instructions. Please pay attention, students. The first presenter for each school will use 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The second presenter will use 3 minutes. First presenter, 5 minutes. Second presenter, 3 minutes. So the way we will go about it is that the proposing school, the first school that will propose, you do, your second we do, we go to opposing side and we continue like that. 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Please keep to time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to know if the judges are ready so we can hand over to the student to start. DJ, we may need you nearby to cheer up the students at some point in time. So, are we ready?
Colonization, chicken for money pressure, cheat orientation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our student from secondary school, we welcome you to our midst. This debate is not a place where we need to fight ourselves. We just want to put some points. And we want you to go straight to your point. This is not the first time we do any debate, secondary school and anywhere. So just go straight to your point and don't beat about the book. First presenter, the chief mover of any side, or the chief speaker, we have 5 minutes to speak. And every other supporter or supporter of any move or any opposition, we have 3 minutes. So we'll be very strict with time. Because there'll be a penalty, you exceed your time. So we are not going into anything unserious. And I want to have this at the back of your mind. That we work with what I call SMART. Must be very specific. That is your S. Then your point must be measurable. That's your M. Then your R, your A. Something that can be achievable. Then your point must be realistic. And that was on the list. The T, then must be time bound. So we are going to measure you based on these 5 points. And I pray that God will lead us to do justice to your topic. God bless you. Once again, as I welcome you to the debate, the topic before us, which one side is going to move and the other side is going to oppose. You are moving, opposing the motion. You know the rules of the debate. We need to teach you that. The topic before us, artificial intelligence is more of a threat than solution to the critical thinking of students. I repeat, artificial intelligence is more of a threat than solution to the critical thinking of students. So, Ushi, and what is that school? Huh? Okay, shepherd, you are moving that motion. That artificial is more of a threat than a solution to the thinking of any child, of any school child. And you are opposing. So you know the rule of debate. We don't need to tell you. So the shift mover, we want to start now. Shift speaker, you have 5 minutes to speak. The supporter of the supporting mover or the supporting speaker, we have 3 minutes to support whatever has been moved or opposed. So be time conscious and be smart about it. So the time starts now.
Picture a girl in the 2 years ago, she would throw a brow over a hard question until the answer cracked open. End and permanent. Last Tuesday, she typed the problem into a prompt. The answer arrived in 3 seconds. She smiled. She copied. She learned nothing except that effort was in it. By Friday, she could not solve the simplest variant machine for the same machine. The promise I had, they gave her a shoe. They told her she was climbing. She was sliding. And the slide was so smooth she mistook it for. What do you call it? When the very thing, the promise to make you stronger becomes the very reason you forget hard learn. Who will teach her now? But the slide has become a posture. Who will tell the next man that he's the thief wearing a thief? Who will named for what? Not a system, but erasure with a smile. Who will claw the act of thinking back from the machine that convinced the generation to stop? If not now, when? If not you, what remains worth living? Good morning, Mr. Chairman, distinguished panel of adjudicators, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you with all boldness, confidence, and smartness is Omoto Shede, a bona fide student of Federal Technical College Shede. And I'm here in support of the motion which states, and I quote, AI is more of a threat than solution to the critical thinking of students. I rise, not to dazzle with word eloquence, but to sound an alarm that grows louder with every silent the student mistakes for understanding. Let me introduce you to a boy in my first year. We will call him Tunde. Tunde read the hunger that left twist on every page. When a question cornered him, he stayed in that corner to find his way out. He imagined food, but sharper. Last session, I watched Tunde meet a hard problem. It did not fall. It did not pull his brow. His fingers found the prompt before his mind found the question. The answer arrived in 4 seconds. He copied. He submitted it. He learned nothing except that the machine is faster than his own down. I asked him afterwards, Tunde, what did you do today? He looked at me and said, I finished it. The promise they bridge between ignorance and mastery. They handed the students a bag with a drive while they sleep in the back. And they've christened this sleepwalk efficiency. So let me hand you the arithmetic of this quiet catastrophe. Researchers at the British Journal of Educational Technology documented what they named metacognitive listening, a state where learners engage from the very process that build understanding. And the numbers do not whisper. The MIT Media Lab study tracked 54 students across 4 months of essay writing using EEG print scans. Those who use Shachi showed a significantly lower neural connectivity in regions of memory, attention, and problem solving. The brain-only group demonstrated heightened activity in creativity, language processing, and memory learning. The ChatGPT group, their essays were described by independent teachers as soulless. Let that world breathe in this world. So these are not my words. These are the confession. What's the tool that convinces its wielder that growth is the necessary? What's the system that hands higher exam scores while written project scores plummet by over 10 points, severe the ancient link between memorization and applied understanding? What's it? What the Journal of Society 2025 and children? 44% confess ratio, AI. 80% usage, AI. 1 in 4 change, AI. 32.7% clinically addicted, AI. GPA rate 0.41, AI. Now answer, what solution are these?
What solutions? What solution leave the generation begging to be unblocked by the opposition just members title best practice? So return to where we began. Tunde no longer resting. Tunde no longer stays in the corner. Tunde submit and Tunde smile. Tomorrow morning, another question will arrive on his screen. Do we not find it? Do we not hit it? Do we fight it? And the machine we handle. That's not a mind being sharpened. It's a mind being subtracted. One offload, one crumb, one surrendered struggle at a time. And when the last independent thought folds under the weight of an answer, it's never ends. Then I tell you this, a fool, Potty, did not become a fool overnight. I spoke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Speaker. Please, anytime you are presenting, speaking, listen to item. At the time you are stoppage time. Okay? That will help you to know close stoppage time. Thank you very much. Can we have a position group?
When library
Your school.
When library premises, many people thought that people pay the okay. When calculators come into existence, many people thought that mathematics is going to crash down and other subjects. But no, it did not crash. But they serve as materials that help us, that has instigated habits of learning, instigated habits of thinking critically, deeply, how these things are working, how they are created, because they are born from human critical thinking. The chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the coordinator, my own yes, my worthy opponent, the accurate timekeeper, and my fellow students. Standing before his mother, Jeremy, a representative of the state government, Oye-Ekiti. I am here to go against the motion which says artificial intelligence is more of a threat than solutions to our students' critical. Before I proceed, I would like to define and carry on in the explanation of some terminologies in the motion. First of all, what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is a science that is decorated, constructed from human intelligence to help the student, the human who created it, to carry out some tasks that normally require what mind intelligence or critical. So when should we refer and have a thing, a handwork of human critical thinking that is helping us to understand, carry out our work efficiently as a threat when it has increased the student's ability to do. AI does just dictate the do's and don'ts to the student. Instead, it provides solutions, answers to the questions, the researches, the experience the student has learned from their environments. It provides answers and solutions. Best. When I say best, credible sources. Also, it's efficient and accurate and time saving. Okay, before AI came into existence, although there are so many apps, the apps that came into the existence, are they giving us the simpler, the understandable answers to our questions? No. But when AI comes into the picture, it cleared our curiosity. It solves our problem. It makes us understand the concept of what we are searching for, thereby increasing the time saving of the students, impacting knowledge into our lives. It is a learning partner. AI is also a learning partner and not a replacement for thinking because it is born out of human critical thinking. The one who created artificial intelligence sat down, think deeply. How can I influence my science? He is a student, right? Because everybody learns it every day. He is a student. He sat down. How can I influence my community? How can I influence my nation? How can I influence the world? And he sat down. He thinks deeply. He thought that if I create this thing, how is it going to work? How will I
How am I going to manufacture, design, and construct that it will work for everybody's use? And that's why AI came into the existence. It's an AI. Moreover, AI has helped in the practical learning aspect of learning. When I say the practical learning of aspect of learning, I mean the projector. When we came here, most of us saw the projector. Yes, we're learning from the projector, right? It has said through the internet. We received lecture today from the internet, right? Online. We received the lecture online. The professors are not around. Yes, they are not here physically, but we received the lecture from them online, internet. That's project. We've used project. Many schools today don't use teachers anymore. We use projectors, real life applications and examples, real life experience. Okay, this camera, like this camera that is keeping record of everything happening here, is going to instigate the learning habits in other students who are not present here or who will listen to this record. So why should we refer AI as a menace to our student critical thinking when it is a reliable hack, a reliable source that has prevented the risk of losing lives? Many physicians, many medicine, many professors, many people, and many scholars in the whole world use this AI to organize their ideas, the ideas they brought themselves, to organize it, to bring it into existence. How can I make this point? How can I make this idea more realistic? How can I relate it to my environment? How can I relate it to my community, to my nation, to my life? And guess what? This all there have been so many internets, so many instruments that was born from human critical thinking. It's and a general name for internet is a general name for AI is internet. So if you are telling us that we should AI is a threat to our students' critical thinking, then let us stop the use of internet. Let us stop the use of everything that works with internet, and let us get there. In conclusion, so everything that has advantages always have disadvantages. I agree. But let us focus on the benefits AI has brought into our students' critical thinking, because it has helped them manufacture them, recreated to become a perfect, a good thinker, a person who would think deeply. How can I perform this task more reliable, without signs of fat, without signs of tiredness, without signs of, okay, this girl, this boy, she manufactured this, she processed it, she recreated it, she did not think. But if we come together, sit down, organize our ideas, then ask
Your time is up.
the chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the audience, my fellow students, and my worthy opponents. I hope I have able to give you the maximum reason why AI should not be seen as a threat to our students' critical thinking, but a solution. Thank you all for your maximum.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Speaker. As I said earlier, time consciousness should be your watchword anytime you are presenting, making any move or position. Be mindful of time. 5 Chief Speaker will not be expected. Once that is expected, the punitive measure. So, the Chief Speaker here, you have assisted time. So, let us go to the next mover for the topic. Don't forget to introduce yourself for school. Okay. Being corrected here. Let us have supporting speaker. Support the motion to have 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen,
imagine your work, get engage their minds. Get machine them. And when they struggle for understanding like that. At first, artificial intelligence is like expert, but more concerned. Good distinguished chairman, honorable judge, respected panel. My name is Dakon Babe. I'm part of the delegate from Federal Technical College. Honored to stand here today. But the artificial intelligence is more of a threat than solution to critical thinking of students. To start with, artificial intelligence uses problem solving skills. AI that which instantly the opportunity for students to their problem solving skills. When the students rely on AI, complete assignment or general essay, they bypass the essential steps of reasoning, evaluating, and analyzing information. Critical thinking is not something I'm downloaded. It's developed, effort, reflect, and intellectual struggle. For instance, the student who use AI to generate essay may submit a flawless work, but will never understand how to structure arguments, formulate evidence, or create original ideas. In essence, AI encourages shortcuts, and shortcuts are the enemies of critical thinking. In addition, over-reliance on artificial intelligence fosters dependency and mental laziness. Students may start trusting machines their own reasoning, losing confidence in their own ability to think independently. Education is not just about reading, it's about understanding processes, questioning assumptions, and developing intellectual discipline to create a solution. If artificial intelligence does not display, students risk become passive learners, which will be unable to tackle core challenges without technological assistance. For example, I once had a classmate in school who only used artificial intelligence to complete assignment and prepare for tests. At first, he achieved impressive grades and thought everything was under control. However, during an oral presentation in class, where no AI assistance was available, he was unable to explain some simple basic concepts and find it hard to answer some simple follow-up questions. This clearly demonstrates that over depending too much artificial intelligence critical thinking development of students. Moreover, artificial intelligence limits critical thinking. Critical thinking is developed through trial, error, and reflection experience rather than by AI shortcuts. When students down AI for solution, focus on the answer rather than the method behind it. Take mathematics as an example. A calculator may give the correct answer instantly, but it cannot teach logical steps necessary to solve that problem independently. Similarly with AI, AI can provide solutions, but does not cultivate the analytical, evaluating, and creative skills necessary to improve the critical thinking of students. By replacing meta efforts with convenience, AI is producing iteration that knows answers but cannot reason. Research shows that over 7% of surveyed administrators and principals say that generative AI make it less likely that students will possess higher order thinking skills. They point out that instead of evaluating sources, they act as consumers of prepackaged, frequently biased or hallucinated summaries. Furthermore, artificial intelligence encourages superficial learning. Students might memorize or copy information generated by AI without truly comprehending it. Education is about developing the ability to analyze, question, and synthesize information. If AI does all the things for students,
Thank you.
students will graduate with knowledge but without the
Your
critical
time is
thinking
up.
skills to apply.
It is not how much you can speak grammar matters here, but how to drive home your points. And what we are looking for here is points, how you drive points. So be conscious that it is better you don't succeed, you don't even spend up to your time than to exceed time. So be mindful of the time. So let's listen to the supporting speaker that opposes this motion.
On the system. My name is Victor Vasha from ESG State Government College, Oye-Ekiti. And I'm here and I rise to bring this on this state that artificial intelligence is more of a threat than something. Because what's artificial intelligence? This is the use of technology to think, reason, and analyze work deeper and faster than human beings. Still using human intelligence. AI was created by human. Why should we consider it as a threat to us? Firstly, AI does not replace human thinking. I need to tell that point. It does not replace our thinking. Rather, it gives us more things to think about. It's just like my teacher teach me something and say, dictatorship is the heart of government, which people have. I'm not curious that why should I have no say about what I'm thinking? That's just like AI. AI will educate you, teach you, enlighten you, but still, it is not that AI is just collecting our normal. It's not our normal thinking. It is giving us more things to think critically about. Because when AI give you something, you go deeper, like, why is this thing like this? And another thing is that it takes a critically organized somebody to just operate AI. You cannot just say, I want to operate AI without you having sense. You need to have the sense before you can up AI. So that he said, AI makes students lazy. I go against that point. AI does not make students lazy. Weak teaching makes students lazy. Before the advent of AI, before the advent of AI, people so why should you blame it on AI? AI is a strong educational part. It's not here to just take away our knowledge. AI is not here to take our knowledge. AI is here to take our critical. It is here to boost it. It is here to enlighten us. It is here to educate us more better, faster, and more critically. If you consider AI as trade, consider your textbook as trade. Because you get to AI for more points. Look for more things to what they've taught you. More things to what they've taught you. Same as your textbook. The main problem students face is that they sit here and same thing. If you don't have the sense, you can critically organize and say, I want to use textbook. You can say the characteristics and function of things, and you must please just you can take this for another thing, same as here. If you use AI, the solution I can just think is that teachers teach their and we are yet to focus on the advantages of AI. The matter here, the fact here has come to stay. The era of traditional education is passed away, but here has come. Here is the future, and here has come to stay. And it's staying and it's not going away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the supporting speaker, and you are on the dot of time. And before we conclude, I would like to say this. Please be mindful of your grammar. Be mindful of your grammar. I don't need to tell you when you are to use first person singular, first person plural, second person singular, whatever. So be mindful of the concord that I taught in school. So on that note, I'm going to allow the second mover of this topic. What school is that? So Shepherd, we are moving motion. At the second mover, can you come forward to your first speaker?
Imagine this. You're stuck on work, your brain feels tired, and then you remember, oh, I have ChatGPT. 2 seconds later, that time you actually remembered something you did not struggle for. If artificial intelligence keeps doing our thinking for us, we won't get smarter, we'll only get better at copying. Good day, Mr. Chairman, panel of impartial judges, accurate timekeeper, my friends and compliments. My name is Madeleine Guinness from Shepherd International College. I stand here to support the motion that states artificial intelligence is more of a threat than a solution to the critical thinking of students. Before I begin, I would like to define the operative terms. Artificial intelligence, popularly known as AI, is a machine capable of performing specific tasks that requires human intellect. Critical thinking can be defined as the ability to effectively analyze information to form a judgment. And a threat can be defined as a statement or action capable of causing harm or damage to the receiver, which can have a long-lasting psychological effect, impacting mental health and productivity. Firstly, artificial intelligence kills the learning process. Critical thinking grows when we struggle, fail, and try again. That's how our brain learns to solve problems. Think of Thomas Edison. He failed 999 times before finally inventing the light bulb. Each failure taught him something new. If he had used artificial intelligence, he might have got the correct answer fast, but he would not have learned why it worked or discovered 999 things along the way. Artificial intelligence gives us the answer without the struggle. And without the struggle, students cannot build the critical thinking skills they actually need in life. Secondly, artificial intelligence is not perfect. It makes mistakes too. Artificial intelligence does not know things the way we do. It gets based on patterns and sometimes gets it wrong, but says it with full confidence. Ask it a tricky math question. It might say nonsense, yet it will still sound so sure of itself. A student who does not know better will just copy it and turn it in. Relying on artificial intelligence means that we stop double checking and question, which is the opposite of critical thinking, because critical thinking means we question if something is correct before we finally accept. In addition, we remember what we think true, not what we copy. Our brain holds on to the idea it wrestled with for 20 minutes, way better than what AI just spat out for us in 2 seconds. Think of a math problem you suffered versus the one copied from your friend. Tell me, which one will you remember 1 week later? If artificial intelligence keep lifting the muscle weight for us, our thinking muscles will get weak. We'll only get better at repeating answers, but so bad at solving the problems on our own. Moreover, artificial intelligence encourages laziness disguised as efficiency. It makes it too easy to skip the thinking part. Why brainstorm messy ideas when artificial intelligence can show all the steps? Or why solve problems when artificial intelligence can show steps? At first, it feels smart and fast, but over time, students stop trying. They start believing that thinking is hard and outscoring is smart. That's not progress, that's decline. Critical thinking dies the moment we replace it over effort. Furthermore, we must remember that the ability to think, create, and solve problems is a gift that God has placed in us. Let's take it back to the Bible days. Back then, there was no artificial intelligence, no ChatGPT. Yet, men like Bezalel were filled with skills, intelligence, and craftsmanship. He built the functions for the temple, not by outscoring his thinking, but by using the wisdom that God had already placed in him. Noah also, no one taught him how to build the ark, but through God's guidance, he did it. If men like this think can create solve problems, why should we, with even more education, replace our God-given ability? We should discover and sharpen what God has placed in us, not bury it under artificial intelligence. In conclusion, artificial intelligence can be a helpful tool when we use it to modify ideas, check grammar, and solve problems, and explore different angles. But it becomes a threat the moment we let it replace our thinking. If we depend on artificial intelligence to do the mental work, we will not be building sharper minds. We will risk losing that very thing that makes us capable learners and the very skill that God has placed in us. We will be building sharper minds that only knows how to click, but not how to think. And that's why artificial intelligence is more of a threat than solution to critical thinking of students. Thank you.
Thank you. The ship mover is motion. And I won't keep my mouth shut so that you won't preempt the results. So let's hear the chief speaker.
Imagine this. A student is faced with a difficult problem. Instead of giving up, they use artificial intelligence to understand concepts, explore ideas, and discover solutions. Does this certainly make the student less intelligent? Certainly not. It only makes them informed and better equipped to think critically. Good day, my honorable chairman, panel of respected impartial judges, qualified and worthy opponent, ladies and gentlemen, together with my values audience. Standing here before you is no other person but Oshaimi Oluwadorasimi from Vincent College. I stand here to oppose the motion which states artificial intelligence is more of a threat than a solution to the critical thinking of things. But before I proceed, I would like to define artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence are computer systems that are designed to solve problems that normally require human thinking, such as problem solving, learning, and decision making. While others believe artificial intelligence is more of a threat than a solution, I firmly believe artificial intelligence is more of a solution than a threat. To start with, artificial intelligence promotes learning by providing students instant access to information and explanation. When students encounter difficult subjects in subject, difficult concepts in subjects like literature, mathematics, or science, some artificial intelligence, such as literature party for literature, Bing for mathematics, can help to break down complex ideas into simpler form, thereby making the student explore different ways of solving problems. That's not harm, that's access. Furthermore, artificial intelligence helps to improve research and creativity. Students use artificial intelligence to gather information, analyze ideas, and compare their ideas with that of other people. Rather than replacing, artificial intelligence helps to stimulate curiosity and encourage students to ask deeper questions. For example, when the student is given an assignment and then the student gets stuck, the student easily goes to artificial intelligence, searching for the right answer. And maybe the student don't understand. It will actually let the student get to the teacher the next day and ask deeper questions about what they have been taught to gain more understanding. Even the top scorer in JAM this year, Daniela, just He said she used AI. Let's say, assuming AI has been banned before this time, we wouldn't have such a top score of 372 this year. So, in conclusion, artificial intelligence does not actually harm critical thinking. The harm is actually from teachers refusing to update how they teach and test. To bring solution to the threat from artificial intelligence, which is not actually from artificial intelligence. So teachers can organize oral defenses, open books exam in order to check the ability of their students to think critically. This morning, I have been asked to play microscope for bad eyesight, but we have been asked to play mirror for bad thinking. Just the AI causes cheating, bad thinking, and laziness. But other tools in history also face that same thing. We thought calculator would destroy mathematics, but calculator didn't destroy. Calculator only strengthened it and saved time and accuracy. Same artificial intelligence. It only makes critical thinking faster and stronger and not threaten it in any way. With this viewpoint of mine, I believe I've been able to convince both the ladies and gentlemen, the judges, my qualified and worthy opponent, together with my fellow students, that artificial intelligence is more of a solution than a threat to the solution to the critical thinking of students. Thank you.
You are the chief speaker for the opposition. Yeah, you are doing well. The time within the time limit. Well, thank you very much. Let's listen to the supporting speaker or proposer of this topic.
Standing by this, I'm from Shepherd International College. I'm here to support the motion that says artificial intelligence is more of a threat than solution to critical thinking of students. Artificial intelligence is basically when computers or machines are built to replace things that normally with human thinking. It may be argued that artificial intelligence is just a tool that enhances learning, but in reality, students cannot use artificial intelligence to support their thinking, but to replace it entirely. Instead of aiding learning, artificial intelligence is becoming a shortcut that bypasses the thinking level. Now, I'd like to address my point or reason why I mention. First and foremost, artificial intelligence makes students poor at evaluating truth. A core part of critical thinking is asking questions like, is this true? Who said it? What evidence backs it up? Artificial intelligence presents answers with confidence even when it is wrong or made up. Students who rely on artificial intelligence lose their ability to question sources and stop verifying information, whether it is accurate, biased, or fake. They start treating AI as the truth rather than a claim that needs to be tested. Secondly, artificial intelligence is about a decline in creativity and originality. Critical thinking is closely tied with creativity. That's your ability to develop unique ideas and perspectives. Artificial intelligence presents commonly accepted answers, and students who rely on these AI-generated contents lose their own voice and ideas. Their work becomes less original, and they lose their ability to think outside the box. Remember, artificial intelligence can only think within what has been inputted in it. Only human beings can make a new connection. Finally, artificial intelligence kills curiosity. Curiosity, they say, is the engine of critical thinking. Artificial intelligence reduces curiosity by making information too accessible. Students get quick answers, potentially skipping the questioning and exploring stage that actually fuels the curiosity. Students lose their ability to think and also reduce their problem-solving ability. In conclusion, while artificial intelligence is a powerful innovation, its current use among students poses a threat to their critical thinking ability because it promotes dependency, encourages laziness, weakens their creativity, and limits students' ability to evaluate information. If this trend continues, we risk facing a generation that can ask for answers but cannot think independently. Thank you.
They say every generation faces challenges that ask questions. A moment for a woman to fear whether to decide to fear what they've created or to enhance it with wisdom. Right before you stands Alabi Inolua, a student from Rupert Standard College. Standing on the order of the existing protocol, I'm here to oppose the proposition, which says artificial intelligence is more of a threat than a solution to the critical reasoning of students.
Firstly, artificial intelligence helps to improve modern world in students. We live in a world where AI is generally accepted by everyone. Artificial intelligence can be used in different perspectives or areas of life, like law, engineering, sciences, education, so on and so forth. Parents should learn to guide their children or what how to use artificial intelligence, which will help them to think, reasoning faster. Artificial intelligence is not of a threat. It's just a help to the critical reasoning of students. Ladies and gentlemen, I know my opponent might say artificial intelligence can be used as a sort of malpractice. I agree there is misuse, but I strongly oppose that artificial intelligence does not help to cheat in examinations, because calculators can be used to cheat in examination, and we haven't banned calculator yet. So why then blame AI? Why then ban AI for what it has not done? Artificial intelligence misuse can come from the users and not from the tool itself. It is determined on the users and not the tool itself. Furthermore, artificial intelligence helps in personalized learning. Artificial intelligence helps students to know more according to their own pace. For instance, a student who is a slow learner can easily go to artificial intelligence and it will explain politely and according to the level of capability of such a student. It helps to teach students according to their level and pace. For instance, also, a student who has sociophobia, who cannot ask questions in class, can just go to the corner of his or her room, search for any form of artificial intelligence like Meta AI, ChatGPT, Bing, Gemini, Claude, and so on and so forth, and ask for more explanation on the likely topic he or she has been taught in school. And such form of Meta AI will kindly explain to such a student according to their level of capability and assimilation, to which can suit their own personal purpose, which help them to get more knowledge about the specific topic in such a subject. In conclusion, artificial intelligence is not an agent for ruining the critical reasoning of students. Artificial intelligence is just a tool that helps students to analyze faster, logical reasoning, and analyzation of data. For example, in law, artificial intelligence can be used for data analysis. I believe with this viewpoint of mine, with this able and solid point of mine, I am able to convince and not to confuse you that artificial intelligence is more of a solution than threat to the critical reasoning of students. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Both the mover posting group. By this, we come to the end of the debate, but we don't know yet what the conclusion look like. I just have a few things to say about all of you. You have done justice to the topic before you. And I will commend every one of you that have spoken, that you have the mastery of the topic you are handling. And maybe somebody will give them a round of applause for that. Well, I am not sitting here to correct your grammar. Because if I should base my judgment on the grammar, we may not have a good result. But what I want to base my judgment on is your composture and the delivery of the point you have before you. There are a lot of repetition of points, both opposing side and the proposed side. But the result of today is not a standard to tell you maybe AI is a threat or it's not. But the ability to prove a point, I will convince the panel of judges is what we are judging. As I said earlier, as I've said earlier, all of you that have presented, that have spoken, you have the mastery of the topic, the subject you are moving or you are proposing or you are posting. And that will not say that I will not put on the judgment. So before I Okay. The results, we are compiling the results. The chief judge has his own, the other judges have their own. And before, at the end of the day, the result will be out. And that the result is out doesn't mean that whoever, maybe opposing group or proposing group, whoever have the day, does not mean that that topic or that thing you are proposing is the standard. I just measuring you by how you're able to prove your points. And the way we judge, your content is part of what we use. What are the content? How many points have you been able to drive home? Then the way you organize yourself, your delivery, which is super, and how you be able to prove that the one that is proposing is not doing well, the one that is opposing, well, you're able to counter each other. It's one of the points we are taking. And one of the most important is time management. Many of the speakers, don't do well in this aspect. Some of the speakers did well. So, but at the end of the day, it is not only one judgment. Three of us, we are going to form the average of the scores. We have rated you low, somebody may say high. So at the end of the judgment, we pass. Once again, on this note, I want to say thank you very much for coming for this debate. And you may leave because we want to have the quiz. After the quiz, then the result. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. We choose participating in the quiz. And we want to invite Divine Touch International School at Oye-Ekiti. Divine Touch International School at Oye-Ekiti. Please, your representative should sit on my right. Divine Touch International School. The second school is EXU International College of Ekiti. They should sit at my left. EXU at my left, Divine Touch at my right. Okay. Sorry. Okay. The quiz on 4 basic science subjects. We're going to be asked questions on biology, chemistry, physics, and mathematics. You have 30 seconds to answer your question. If you can't, the opponent will take it for 5 seconds. Each question carries 3 marks. Bonus has 1. So I hand over to judges to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my chairman. We have here Mr. Ajibade, our time people here, and Dr. Mrs. Nogu as the recorder. So as we have said here, you have 30 seconds to answer your question, and you have 5 to answer the bonus. And we have biology, chemistry, mathematics, and physics. So each, we have 1 to 10 for each of the questions. Once again, biology, chemistry, mathematics, and physics. So, Divine Touch, where are you? Okay, Divine Touch, and let's see. Okay. Okay, it's time to start. Divine touch. We are in the biology section. You can pick from 1 to 10. Question number 6. 3. Huh? 3. Okay, sorry. Number 3. Okay. Listen very well. Question now says, the kidney helps to maintain homeostasis mainly through what? Homeostasis. Yes. The kidney helps to maintain homeostasis mainly through what? Water balance regulation. No. That's it within this time. Yusuf, that's not the answer. That's one answer. The question again, the kidney helps. Okay, the time has gone. Bonus to X. Okay. Yeah. Well, I've been advised here to advise you that before you give an answer, you should have mind together. Once an answer is, you believe it's for both of you. So, bonus to EXO International.
Osmoregulation.
Sorry?
Osmoregulation.
No. The answer is excretion. So, EXO International College, your question, biology.
Question 2.
Question 2. Question 2. What is osmosis?
Osmosis is the transfer of water molecules from a region of low concentration to a region of higher concentration through a semi-permeable membrane.
Correct. You see, you may not have that much, but the level of your similarity must go beyond 70%. You understand? So there are things we know in osmosis. Movement of molecule, then from then through what? Semi-permeable. So those are the things that we are looking for in the question. So, and that's 3 marks to 3 points to divine international divine what? Divine touch. Okay, your question.
Question 1.
Hmm?
Question 1.
Question 1. Listen. The green pigment in the plants, the green pigment in plants is called what? Correct. X to your question.
Question 6.
6. Okay. The question 6. The process by which organisms maintain a stable internal environment is called what?
Homeostasis.
Huh?
Homeostasis.
Yeah, you are correct. Divine touch your question. 10. Number 7. 10. 10. Okay. Question 10. The process of cell division that produces identical daughter cell is called binary fusion. No. Mitosis. Huh? Mitosis. Correct. Yes. Yes. Answer at the same time. So, exit your question.
Question 8.
Question 8. Listen very well. The part of the flower that develops into a fruit after fertilization is called the part of the flower that develops into a fruit after fertilization is called what?
Ovary. Ovary.
Ovary. Background. That's correct. Now, after this, so we want to go to chemistry. 1 to 10. Chemistry. So, divine touch. Exo. Divine. You are divine. We started with divine. No, 3. Let's go to chemistry. You have answered 3 questions from each. Yeah. Now, divine touch question. Chemistry, 1 to 10. Number 3. Number 3. Number 3. What is the pH of a neutral solution? 7. Huh? 7. Correct. Chemistry question from Exo International School.
Number 1.
Huh?
Number 1.
Number 1. Number 1. What is the atomic number of an element? What is the atomic number of an element?
The atomic number of an element is the number of protons present in the nucleus of the atom.
Divine touch question. Number 2. Number 2. Number 2. What is the chemical symbol for sodium? Na. Na. Divine. Exo, okay. Your question. Exo.
Number 8.
Number 8. Into a gas.
Sublimation.
Sublimation. Correct. Divine touch. Your question. Number 5. Number 5. Okay. Which subatomic particle has no electric charge? Which subatomic particle has no electrical charge? Neutrons. Said? Neutrons. Neutron. Correct. We have a question left for you in chemistry. Are you picking? Excellent.
Question 5.
Question 5 has been taken.
7.
Question 7. What type of bond exists between sodium and chlorine in sodium chloride?
Electrovalent or ionic bonding.
Electrovalent ionic bond. Correct. Okay. We just go to the half of the competition. And maybe my judge, we have the board for the first half. Okay. I have the, now we now have the mathematics from 1 to 10. Divine touch, your question from mathematics.
1.
Question 1. Factorize s squared minus 9. X squared minus 9.
2 brackets, x minus 3x plus 3.
Is that?
2 brackets, x minus 3x plus 3.
You're correct. X plus 3. X. What? X to international.
Question 5.
Question 5. What is the median of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10?
What?
Time up. Bonus. 6. Huh? 6. D. 6. I'll be what? 6. You are correct. Now your question. Okay. Divine touch. Your question. Huh?
Question 10.
Question 10. Evaluate 19 squared minus 9 squared. 19 squared minus 9 squared. Time up. Bonus to x. 19 squared plus 9 squared.
300.
No. The answer here is 280. What you're supposed to do is just 19 plus 9 into 19 minus 9. So, thank you very much. Now, okay, okay, your question.
Question 10.
Question 10 has been taken.
7.
Question 7. Question 7. Find the mean of the following number. Mean of the following number. 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12.
8.
8, correct. Divine touch. Your question.
Question 2.
Question 2. Find the area of a circle of radius 7 cm. Find the area of a circle of radius 7 cm. Taking your pi to be 22/7. Oh. 152. So 154. Correct. I will not give one of them. Because in mathematics, physics, chemistry, our unit is more paramount for us. Our unit is more paramount to us. So you score, I will give you 2 points instead of 3 points. Because unit is very. The next time, make sure that tell us the unit. So instead of giving you the whole mark, I will give you 2 marks. Because unit is very important. Okay. Your question, next.
Question 6.
Question
6.
6. Okay. This is in Naira. Find the simple interest on 5,000 Naira at 10% per annum for 3 years. Find the simple interest on 5,000 Naira at 10% per annum for 3 years. Is that?
15,000.
No.
1,500.
Huh?
1,500.
Correct. I am going to deduct 1 mark from your mark. Because before I called out the question, I said this question is in what? Naira. So sending me 1,005 pounds or dollar or 1.5 cm. So this the unit of that score is Naira. So I'm taking 1 from you. So next time you know how to. It will affect you in mathematics, in anything when you are doing your work. Unit is very important. So you have all answered 3 questions for mathematics. Now we go to physics. So, divine touch, physics, 1, 10. Question 1. Question 1. A car travels 120 meters in 8 seconds. Calculate its speed. A car travels 120 meters in 8 seconds. What is the speed?
15 meters per second.
Correct.
55.
1, 3. X.
And 10.
Question 10. Dash device is used to measure atmospheric pressure. Dash device is used to measure atmospheric Pray.
Barometer.
Barometer. Correct. Divine question.
6.
Question
6.
6. Question 6 is state Newton's first law of motion.
Newton's first law of motion states an object at rest will, or in constant state of motion will begin to stay at rest until acted upon by an external force.
Again, repeat yourself.
First law of motion states that an object at rest or constant motion will begin to stay at rest until acted upon by an external force.
Yes, correct. EXO International School.
5.
Question 5. Listen carefully. Calculate the force required to accelerate a 20 kilogram mass at 3 meters per second square. Calculate the force required. Again, I say, calculate the force required to accelerate a 20 kilogram mass at 3 meters per second square.
60 Newton.
60 Newton. Correct. If I touch your question?
By 8.
Question
8.
Question 8. Question 8. What is the acceleration due to gravity on Earth? What is the
9.8 meter per second square. 9.8 meter per second square.
Correct. So, Exu, your question.
That's
That'll be the last question. You are picking your last question. You have picked the last question. So, question what?
2.
Question 2. Question 2 now. Listen very well. Dash is the rate of change of displacement with time. Dash is the rate of change of displacement with time. Velocity. Correct. So, on this note, we have come to the end of this quiz competition between Divine Touch, Oye-Ekiti, Abi, and Ekiti State University International College, also in Oye-Ekiti. Let's wait for the result from our recorder. While waiting for the scores for the quiz, please, our quiz competitor, you are free to leave the stage. You have come to the end of the quiz. The result. Let's have the results of the quiz of the debate competition, and the fourth position, number 4, goes to, they have 70.67, and goes to Ekiti State Government College, Oye. The 4th position goes to Federal Technical College, Ushi. The 2nd position with 79.5 goes to Pimped Standard College. And the 1st position goes to Shepherd International College. Congratulations. Now okay. Now this is the result for the quiz competition. The school that came second is Divine Touch International School with 33 points, while Exo International College, Oye-Ekiti, with 35 points, have the 1st position. I want to hand the microphone over to the chairman of this panel, Dr. Chika, to present.
Thank you very much, panel of judges. We have come to the end of today's debate. Debate and quiz. We want to present certificates to the schools that have participated based on their position. I have the honor to invite the Dean of Computing Science, Professor Gunle, to come and please present this certificate to these schools. First position for quiz is Shepherd International College, Ado. Please come and receive your certificate.
Number 1 and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Second position, Pimped Standard College, Ado. Please come forward.
Now it's just one step road. It's just like that. How it is, because we have our strength.
Third position, Federal Technical College, Oye-Ekiti. The fourth position goes to Ekiti State Government College, Oye-Ekiti. Let's clap our hand, encourage them as they come forward.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. As we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you very much, DJ. And thank you, everyone. We are still waiting for the chairman to round up the quiz and debate presentation of awards and certificates. Immediately after that, we are going to continue with the virtual presentations. So those of us that are going to present virtually, I hope you are hearing me. Please get ready. And then immediately after the virtual presentations, we are also taking some physical presentations. Then the rest of us continue with the presentation tomorrow. Thank you.
We want to invite Dean of Life Science. Okay. He's not in the hall. Please, I want to invite our dean, my dean, Dean of Physical Science, Professor Akintayo, to please come and present the certificate to the participant quiz. X2 International College, Afwai, please come forward and receive your certificate. For first position in quiz.
Faster, big and strong, but I'm stronger. I'm the best. So I pick up my chest. My friend, my friend, you think the power to win.
Divine Touch International School, Oye-Ekiti, please come forward to receive your certificate. For second position.
Like one put it down, just believe, and you achieve it. That's the way. It's not.
Thank you. We want to also use this opportunity to thank the director of the ICANDA for sponsoring the quiz and the debate. Thank you very much, sir. We thank everyone for participating in this section. God bless you. I want to especially thank our judges for good job well done. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'ams.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for all of us for staying to the end of the quiz and debate. And to our dear students, we thank you for coming, and we hope this will serve as a motivation to do more. All right. We are going to move to the virtual presentation. We have about 3 or 4. But before then, I would like to invite the chair of the session to come over, Professor O.R. Ajuon. Please, Prof, come over to the high table and chair the session. Please, do we have anybody online? Okay. So please, those that are presenting online, get ready. And if you are here to present physically today, you can send your slide to me, or you can see me here to submit your slide. Thank you. Okay, the students, you are free to take this along with your. That is the end of your session. So thank you so much for coming. Permit me to hand over to the chair of the virtual presentation, Professor O.R. Ajuon. Please go ahead and allow the first presenter to get ready.
So thank you very much.
Please, the students can come back for a group photograph of all the deans. Please, all students are expected to come for a quick group photograph with the deans of the 3 faculties. Please, all students that participated in the quiz. Okay, let me get the list. Dr. Chika. Yes. Let's do it school by school. Quickly. Yes. Then we can now have a general.
Before you connect,
Some of you can come to the back here. Some can climb up.
Show face. Bro, you are follow up 4 times when you know day. Shipping that you are the call when you know day. Now before die, we need to show face. Show face. Bro, you are follow up for low, yeah. Low, by you day.
Okay, the next school. The next school is Maya Komi.
I just want things to get better. Me, I be working money cheddar. I need more buga. I swear I can't deny. I swear I can't. I swear I can't deny. I swear I can't. I just want things to get better. Me, I be working money cheddar. I need more buga. I swear I can't deny.
Okay, next, please.
That's right. I'm with this striking deals. I delicate just brand new private jet that you see me my grind reduce. I don't see who get before we don't get again. Now why my morale they boost? My soldier they shine in boots. I know they follow anybody catching cruise. Now my debts get business with my 32. I don't see who there is money collecting me.
Next is school, please. Quickly.
As I walk up, I see not on my
Professor Bakare, can you please join us? Professor Bakare.
I focus. Pay the price, don't be saying no plus. Go mashallah, share, good judge. That ugly boy, we know me for the pick up. Back there, don't get. I just want things to get better. Go for me, I be walking on each other. And you move every plan. Yeah, I swear I can't be now. Yeah, I swear I can't be now.
Okay, the next is school, please. This particular one.
I can't lie, money no dey judge me down. For the paper chasing my country just in the fire.
Okay, can we have all the schools please be join us? All the schools.
But tell me what to do, not to make this dollar.
Please, all the schools that I have.
Right now. Keep on me shot to a good enjoy. As the money don't do it, I go balance your with money.
Please.
And I put it on the shade. It don't take no more money, she returns. Oh my love, back what you know, my love. Oh my soul, look at it, he wants to go. Yeah.
After this. Okay, we still have one more school. Quickly join them. Don't snap.
But tell me what
I'm not taking.
not to make this dollar.
Be fast.
But we go down, let us see your trend dollar. You want me to walk, good enjoy. Yeah, more fun. I'm not happy. So tell me what to do, not to make this dollar. But you want that, see your dollar. You want me to walk, good enjoy. So tell me what to do, not to make this dollar. But you want that, see your dollar. You want me to walk, good enjoy. As the money don't do it, go balance your with money. And a body on the shade, you don't take that my money, she cheese. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yes. Yeah, oh yeah, good to get it alright, me on my way. And I'm not ready to bring you on my life. Bad guy, me one all day. But you want more, but you like to go and see more slow. Rarely, can you got to go? So when you be more, take away my pain, I'm a struggle. Let me when I get to go. I'll make you put me on dance. I'm not doing because I feel well.
Thank you so much once again. Please, I would like to encourage us all to move forward so that we can continue with the presentation. Distinguished participants, scholars here present, please let us all move forward so that we can continue with the presentation. We are starting with the virtual presentation, and we have our chair for the session, Professor O.R. Ajuon. And I would like to hand over to him at this point to coordinate the session. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imam. So we will be going into our virtual session, and we will be taking it one by one, depending on the presenters that are online. I just want to repeat to the presenters that we are going to stick to time. It's going to be 10 minutes. I want everybody at least to stick to that particular time because we still have other physical presentations for today. Thank you very much. So can we have the first online presenter? So technical, please. Okay. So I would like to call on Ania Bonam and Tony Chukwuka to give us his presentation.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir? Good day, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So
So please,
I'm
kindly stick
trying
to
to
time.
share my
10
slide.
minutes, please.
Can you see my slide, sir?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My
Kindly
name
change
is
your slide
Anebanam
to
Anthony Chukwuka. The title of my presentation is Delineation of Groundwater Potential Zone in part of Oye-Ekiti, southwestern Nigeria, using electrical resistivity method.
hello, Mr. Nebunam. Kindly
Sir,
change to presentation mode for your slide.
hello, sir.
I said you should change your slide to presentation mode. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, sir. With you, sir.
Change your slide. Change it to slide show, please.
Okay, sir.
No.
Is
Change
it
it to
okay now,
slide.
sir?
No. Slide show. Okay. So you can go ahead. So you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Groundwater serves as a vital source of potable water for domestic, industrial, and agricultural uses in Nigeria, particularly in areas where surface water is scarce In Oye-Ekiti, southern Nigeria, groundwater plays an essential role in supporting local livelihood. However, poor understanding of subsurface geology and aquifer characteristics has hindered efficient groundwater development in the area. The geology of the area is underlined by Precambrian basement complex rocks, which are characterized by low primary porosity and permeability. And groundwater in such terrain is confined mainly to weathered and fractured basement. Geophysical method, particularly electrical resistivity survey using vertical electrical soundings, are widely employed to locate potential aquifer zone in basement terrain environment. Previous studies in southwestern Nigeria has emphasized the need for site-specific geophysical investigation to reduce borehole failure rate by providing detailed geoelectric characterization and recommending precise drilling locations and depth. This research contributes to sustainable groundwater development and adds to the hydrogeophysical database of Oye-Ekiti environ. The aim of this research is to delineate groundwater potential zone in part of Oye-Ekiti, and the objectives are to carry out recognizant visit, take coordinate and generate map of the study area, take acquire 1D VS data at selected location within the study area by applying Schlumberger array configuration, and to determine the resistivity, thickness, depth, and lithologic layers of the study area, and to delineate subsurface geoelectric layers and identify potential aquifer zones, and use it to evaluate the groundwater potential and recommend suitable location for borehole drilling. The method applied here, as mentioned, is electrical resistivity method for acquiring data in the study area. 12 vertical electrical sounding survey were carried out using Schlumberger electrode configuration with half current electrode spacing ranging from 1 to 100 meters, and measurements were taken with a resistivity meter. The position of all the VDS stations were recorded using GPS, and the resistance being measured is being multiplied with the geometric factor to get the apparent resistivity. The map here shows the acquisition map of the study area together with the materials that are being used to be able to generate data, to acquire the data. Data presentation and interpretation. The curve type obtained from the study area includes the following. Includes the following, which are the AH, KH, and the rest of it. And the interpretation was based on resistivity, constraint, and geological knowledge of the study area. The quantitative interpretation of the VS data was carried out using IP2Win software for each sounding station, while apparent resistivity value were loaded and an initial layer models was constructed. Forward modeling and iterations in version were applied to obtain true resistivity and thickness with low root mean square errors ranging from 0.51 to 2.97%. The result and discussion. The depth sounding curve types obtained from the study area are 3 to 5 layer curve types. The interpreted geoelectric section reveal between 3 to 6 distinct geologic layers, which includes the topsoil, lateritic layer, weathered layer, partly weathered layer, fractured basement, and frayed basement. And these different curve types reflect the heterogeneous nature of the basement terrain. As you can see from the figure 3, the geoelectric section along the transverse, and the discussion and the result and discussion obtained from the study area shows that the that the resistivity and thickness as ranges as follows: the topsoil, which has the resistivity of 32 to 189 ohms meter with the thickness, and that of the lateritic, weathered zone and partly weathered formation, fractured basement rocks, and the fresh basement, showing high resistivity value. The thick overburden was observed between VS2 and VS9, while fractured basement features were identified beneath VS6, 10, 11, and 12. This area suggests favorable condition for underground water development. While the details results are summarized in the table as shown from the slide, the conclusion: the geoelectric investigation successfully delineated the subsurface lithological layers and their hydrogeological characteristics in Oye-Ekiti. Areas around VS2 to 9 and VS6, 10, 11 are recommended for borehole drilling at approximately 40-meter depth, while VS12 is more suitable for hand dug wells. The electrical resistivity method has proven to be reliable, cost-effective, and environmental friendly techniques for groundwater exploration in basement complex terrain, thereby reducing the risk of unproductive drilling in the area. And these are the reference of the work. Thanks and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anebana, at least for keeping within the time limit. Thank you very much. So the presentation is now open for question, observation, and comments. So any question, observation, or comments?
Very much for that presentation. And it's only that I couldn't hear the results and discussion before I went out. But what is the peculiar problem in that terrain that you are addressing? Is it because it's a basement complex area, or is there any challenges of water problem in that place? Please, we want to know, which side of Oye-Ekiti? Thank you for that beautiful presentation.
Hello.
We can hear you. So can you respond to the question? Hello, can you hear us? Mr. Nebona, can you hear us? Hello? Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. I disconnected from my laptop based on the fact that I'm not hearing it very well. I'm connected with my phone now.
Okay. So, can you respond to the question, or it is just a comment?
No, come again. I didn't get the question very correctly based on the fact that I'm using my system. Okay.
I said, which part of the Oye?
Is in Oye-Ekiti, ma.
Now you say Oye. Hello?
Ma? Yeah, I'm with you, ma.
He said Oye-Ekiti.
Yes, is in Ado, Ado.
Ado-Ekiti. Okay, what is the geology of that place you are addressing?
Ma?
The
Is
geology of that place. The rock that underlying those places that you are
the
addressing.
magmatite is in Precambrian basement complex of southern Nigeria, and the rock there is magmatite, ma.
But I heard you saying Oye.
As a state. But precisely is in Ado.
Let's see the location of your study area, please.
Ma?
Can we have the location of your study area, your base map?
Okay. I'm trying to share it.
Okay, share your slide. Let's see.
Is in this. Oh, how will I share this thing now?
Okay, just tell us the problem that you are addressing in that place.
The problem they are having dry well within the study area, ma.
Dry well.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So what will be the cause of that dry well?
Maybe because of not understanding the geology of the terrain.
Okay. Do you do the lineament of that lineament assessment?
No, I did not perform the lineament map of the study area.
So it might be more than that. So
Okay.
those works have to be incorporated with so many factors, parameters has to be incorporated before you can know the reason why wells are dry in that place. So thank you for that presentation.
Okay, ma. You're welcome, ma.
Sorry. What happened is that I'm the co-author to him. What happened that the data was collected at Oye at Irare, opposite Idofe. And then the situation in that particular area is that there is scarcity of water within that environment. So there is a need to carry out the investigation to delineate the possible cause of the problem within that environment. So particle electric sounding was employed to show the depth resistivity variation within the study area. So that is what we did. And then along the line, we correlated the ES point using geoelectric section. So to delineate the possible fractured and the weathered layer within that environment. So to delineate the groundwater potential of that area. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Nebona. You can now, so that will take the next presentation.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. So let's go to the next presentation. Mr. Adebayo Adedino. Mr. Adebayo Adedino. So
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon. You can hear you. You can go ahead with your presentation. 10 minutes strictly.
Okay. So I'll be trying to share.
You can share your screen with us.
I'm trying to do that now.
are waiting for you, please.
Okay. Okay. So my name is Adebayo Adenero, and I will be presenting paper on evaluation of Sharp and Lime for interpretation of fraud detection model in online transaction. So presentation overview is we talk about the background and the motivation, research objective, methodology, results, and conclusion and future work.
Hello.
So,
Mr. Adenero.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you, but you want to put your presentation in slideshow.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you can go ahead.
Okay, so the background. So we notice that the fraud problem. One, online transactions have surged globally and making digital fraud a critical threat. Also, cumulative losses from fraudulent bank card and transactions are rising worldwide. Number three, fraudsters constantly adapt evading static rule-based detection systems. Number four, businesses risk reimbursing customer, restraining financial resources. And number five, real-time detection at scale required automated intelligent system. So why explaining the matter? So we now use ML model, especially the deep learning are powerful but opaque black boxes. User and regulator demand justification. Why? Why was this transaction flagged? So we use XAI tool, Sharp and Lime. We reveal how input features drive model decision. Transparency builds trust, supports compliance, and exposes model bias. Sharp achieved 99% accuracy and AOC ROC of 0.99 in prior fraudulent research. So evaluation of Sharp and Lime. When we apply Sharp adding explanation and Lime, the meaning of Sharp means sharply addictive explanation, and Lime means local interpretation, interpretable model agnostics explanation to further detection model and assess their real world performance. So we compare four metrics, systematically compare two techniques based on fidelity, stability, computation, time, and human interpretability to identify strengths and limitation of each. Then the third objective is synthesizing literature, review and consolidate existing research findings to build a coherent, evidence-based understanding of XAI methods applied to the fraud detection domain. So the methodology are in three phases. Phase one is model specifics, where we use logistics regression, random forest, and XGBoost. Phase two is about model agnostics, which is Sharp and Lime. And phase three is evaluation of fidelity, stability, computation time, and interpretable. So mathematical foundation of Lime is landed into open brackets Y-E2 admin, and you can see it on your screen. So the model specific results. So we could see from when we use the three models, logistic regression, random forest, and XGBoost, all of them came with over 90, but the best of it is XGBoost. It gives us 99.25%, which makes it the best among the three. So analysis and the results. High fidelity, sharp values are derived directly from the trained random forest via sharply valued formula, accurately presenting each feature's exact contribution. Stability, I, with a simple, stable feature space, small input changes produce consistent sharp value changes. Tree sharp is deterministic, unlike perturbation-based method. Interpretability, excellent. The first plot intuitively shows how time of transaction pushes predictions from base value to final output. Summary and dependence plots give global feature insight. Computation time, negligible. Tree sharp is specifically optimized for tree-based model, making it far faster than general model and agonistic method like kernel sharp. Wildland analysis and results. Fidelity was moderate. Fidelity depends on how closely the linear surrogate can approximate the random force locally. Simply feature space yield better fidelity. Complex ones may reduce it. Stability, moderate. Results can vary across run during to random perturbation sampling using fixed seeds and sufficient samples can improve consistency significantly. Interpretability, I for local explanations. Line provide a human readability line, readability linear approximation for each individual prediction, making it accessible to non-technical stakeholder. Computation time, slower than sharp. Line must generate many perturbed samples, run the original model on it, then fit a surrogate. Cost grows with model complexity and count. So when we compare the two, sharp was high while line was moderate. So sharp is better. If you look at all the areas considered, metrics considered, you see that they were tied only on interpretability, while sharp was better in all other areas. So the conclusion and the future work. Key findings are XG box leads with 99.25% accuracy, and all the three classifiers are highly capable fraud detectors. Sharp offers superior fidelity, stability, and computation speed via the tree sharp algorithm. Line provides accessible local explanations, especially useful for non-technical stakeholders. Both tools are complementary. However, sharp for global model auditing, line for pre-decision explanation. So sharp is better for global model auditing, while line is for pre-decision explanation. Future direction. Future engineering collect and build more diverse and informative transaction features. Error analysis. Use sharp and line to explain misclassified instance and identify models blind spots. Dynamic thresholds. Explore adaptive decision boundaries for real-time deployment. Privacy passive XIA. Integrate federated learning with explainability output. Thank you.
Okay. very much, Mr. Adebayo Adeniran, for your presentation.
Yes.
So the presentation is open to questioning, comments from any member of the audience. Do you have any question for him? Do you have any question for him? Okay, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don't know your name.
Adebayo, sir.
Mr. Adebayo, thank you very much. I have two questions to ask you.
Yes, sir.
First question is, can you tell us the source of your data set? Because you didn't provide it in your presentation. The source of your data set, source of your data set. Then two, do you use primary or secondary data set?
I can't hear what you are saying, sir.
The source of your data set. Can you hear me?
I'm struggling. The network is bad. The second one, source of data set, the second one, sir.
Yes, the second one is, did you use primary or secondary data set?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, did you hear me?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear us from here? Hello, Mr. Adeniran, can you hear us?
No, the network is cracking. That's why I can't.
Now, the second question is, did you use primary or secondary data set? Now, the question is whether you use primary or secondary data set for your work. Well, I think we will just have to excuse him because of the network from his end. So let's go to the next presenter. So do we have Mr. Ayita online? Do we have Mr. Ayita online? Hello? Technical. Who do we have next there? Is it Mr. Ayita or Mr. Mahmoud?
Mahmoud.
Okay.
He's ready.
So if it's Mr. Mahmoud, let's have Mr. Mahmoud, please. So Mr. Mahmoud, can you hear us from here? Hello, Mr. Mahmoud, can you hear us? Mr. Mahmoud. Can you hear us, Mr. Mahmoud? Mr. Mahmoud. Can you hear us from your end? Technical. Technical. Okay, so side.
Please, Mahmoud, unmute your mic and talk. Just look at the microphone below the screen. You can tap on it.
Mr. Mahmoud, tap on the microphone below the slide for the audio. Hello? Hello?
Let's move to another person, please.
Yeah, let's find out. Let's put another presenter, please. Okay, Mr. Oladipo Oluwasegun. Oladipo Oluwasegun. Mr. Oladipo Oluwasegun, can you hear us, please? Mr. Oladipo, you have the floor for your presentation. Mr. Oladipo, can you hear us? Mr. Oladipo Oluwasegun, can you hear us from here? Technical. It's not from our here. Oh, they join. Okay, let's move to the next person. Olu Benga Oloko Dano or what?
Olubenga Lukumoro. Hello. Can you hear me? Olubenga Lukumoro. Olubenga Lukumoro. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Olubenga.
Hello.
You have the floor for your presentation,
Yes.
so you can continue now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me share my slide.
Yeah, you can go ahead. 10 minutes. Quickly.
Yes. I want to share my slide. Sorry, please. I want to share my slide.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Okay.
Sorry, please. I want to share my slide.
Hello, Mr. Olubenga. We are waiting for you, please.
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, I want to share my slide.
What is the difficulty sharing the slide, please?
So it's network because I'm not able to do it on the system. So I'm using my phone. I'm connected using the phone. So I want to share this. I just want to share my slide. The thing is not even showing me option to share my slide now.
It's not showing you how to share your slide.
Yes.
Go below.
It's not showing me how to slide. Okay, for you, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Olubenga, maybe can we
Yes.
project for you from here?
Okay, you can project from there, sir.
So let's
I will speak from here.
From here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So technical, help us to share his slide.
English to Yoruba time translator.
Please, can you tell us the title of the slide?
The title of the slide is English to Yoruba language translator, time translator. English to Yoruba time translator.
Okay. Okay.
Are we able to get it from here, please?
Sent it.
No, technical.
We have seen it. So we are going to share it now.
Okay. So, Mr. Rubenga, your slide is now on. Can you see it from your end?
It's not, I'm not seeing it yet.
Now, your slide is on here. Can you see it? Hello?
I can see it. I can see it.
So please, go ahead. You have 5 minutes more. Hello, we are waiting for you, please.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
Yes, we can
Hello,
hear you.
Can you hear
We
me?
can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay. An Android mobile application for culturally for cultural accurate Yoruba temporal expression. Now, we notice that many, even some adults, don't know the time in Yoruba. That means, for instance, the time now is 3:03 or 3:04. But how do they speak that? How do they say that one in Yoruba? So many don't know. Talk less of this our little generation, children of this generation. So the purpose of this work is to be able to teach people, not generally, but generally Yoruba people, to understand and to say time in Yoruba language. Now, we notice that there's a gap in language, and that is that over 7,000 languages are in the world. Over 7 million people speak Yoruba across Nigeria, Benin, Togo, and elsewhere. And the native TTS API is not available. So the purpose is just to develop this app to be able to help in understanding time in Yoruba language. And now, why Yoruba time is uniquely complex is that now in Yoruba time, we don't have 24 hours. We have 12-hour timing from 12 o'clock in the night to maybe 12 o'clock in the afternoon, then 12 o'clock in the afternoon to 12 o'clock in the night. No 24-hour timing. So it's usually, we have the time as Òwúrọ̀, Ọ̀sán, Ìrọ̀lẹ́, Alẹ́, and at times we call Ààjìn, which is deep in the night around 1 o'clock. So many, in fact, some of the students, some of the people that even when they came across said they don't understand some of this timing in Yoruba. We know it's in English, quarter after, 20 minutes after, so time like that. But in Yoruba, you cannot express it. And so that is the purpose of this design. Now, research objective. Design a rule-based translation algorithm, integrate pre-recorded Yoruba audio, implement an online and offline Android app, then evaluate system performance. Now, the time translator app looks like this. It has a digital time that shows the time. Then it allows the user to enter anytime to test it. Then it displays current time and it will show it in English as well as in Yoruba. Say it also, there's option for you to play it and hear the sound. For instance, the time now is 6 minutes after 3. It will say it in you that aago mẹ́ta kọjá ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́fà ọ̀sán. So it will say it like, so whoever doesn't understand, whenever I place that time, you will be able to say, okay, so this, it will say it for different hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and also at night. Now, the architecture, you have a layer, we have the presentation layer, the view model layer, repository layer, the data source layer, the platform layer. Now, the algorithm is in eight stages of pipeline. The input detection, the time that is given, you give it a time, probably your own time, anytime. Then it passes time, then it assigns a tonal voice to it to be able to say it in that very period. That is the hour conversion, the minute handling, then the tonal formatting, then output. It will output the result to you so that you'll be able to hear it before it now triggers the audio. Then implementation. Now, offline approach. Offline approach means that it is not necessary to be online. So, for instance, I have it on my phone and I used to even tell to explain to people. So anytime it's available, it's not necessarily on online something. So you can use it anytime to check the time and to tell you the time appropriately. Then translation, we have 70%, 720 combinations, structurally 100% accuracy. Then day period assignment. Day period assignment is 7 because we have àárọ̀, ọ̀sán, ìrọ̀lẹ́, alẹ́, àjìn, and òru. Then there could be some error because it is not English, it is Yoruba, although it may not be perfect because some of them are pre-recorded. Then we have sample translation of the times of the output. Like 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. is aago kan òwúrọ̀, early morning. 6:30 a.m. aago mẹ́fà àbọ̀ òwúrọ̀, that is 6:30. 9:15, and so on and so forth for all the times. That's the way it will be displayed and it will be spoken, or it will be read, it will be spoken by the app. Now, key contribution. Now, one of the key contributions is first rule-based Yoruba timing algorithm, a complete deterministic algorithm covering all 720-hour-minute combination with culturally grounded, tonally accurate outputs, published and open to extension. 2, offline Android app for low connectivity region. It does not require internet. It is basically on the phone and it can be used anytime. Then pre-recorded native Yoruba audio library. A curated tonally verified MP3 audio data set for Yoruba time vocabulary. A reusable resource for future NLPT distribution project, and final blueprints that have time. Then the limitation, it is 12 hours. Like I said, Yoruba time is 12 hours, doesn't have 24 hours like we have when it is. It is based afternoon, evening, and late in the night. No bidirectional translation, static audio library, Android only. No AI or ML components. Future direction, ML powered TTS engine, bidirectional translation, cross-platform expansion, broader language coverage, and community sourced audio. In conclusion, the Time Translator app successfully bridges English and Yoruba time expression, the first such tool with native audio support. A deterministic rule-based algorithm handles all 720 time combinations with tonal accuracy and cultural day period mapping and relational minute rules. Offline first design makes it immediately deployable in low connectivity African context where commercial NLP tools are absent. The method provides a replicable blueprint for digitizing other low source indigenous language. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Olubinga.
Thank you, sir.
So, The presentation is now open for question, suggestion, and other comments. Question and other comments from the audience. Question or comments?
Thank you for the beautiful presentation. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, now I can see you are trying to solve a problem, particularly problem faced by our native Yoruba speaker. I just noticed one or two things that I think you can improve on, because I know it's a very good work, and of course, we are trying to open up the work for critics so that you can improve on it. Now, number one, I think your Yoruba segment for the period of the day might be more than 7. For example, I know that 11 a.m. in the morning is not morning, can be Yaleta in Yoruba. You can just convert, particularly the elderly ones, who will tell you the Yoruba for those periods, so that you'll be able to incorporate them. Number 2, because your target customer, because I'm very sure you will be so happy to commercialize this. Now, your target audience will be the 100% Yoruba speakers, people not really in the urban area, people live, you know, those villages. I know that most of these commercial banks, they have alternatives to people who use Android phone, who does not have access to Android phones. They still, you know, find a way to get them into the internet banking, so to speak. That is why they introduced the USSD. And that is why most of the things you can do on the bank app, you can also use the USSD app to do them. Now, this English to Yoruba time translator is actually meant for those sectors. People who are not really familiar with all this, our sophisticated phone. People who use the code, but not so bad.
The normal phone.
So I want you to find a way to incorporate this prospective customer or prospective client who does not use Android phone into your app, which I believe this is a very good application. I believe it's taking you places. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Before I will allow you to go, and I think I also want to make 1 or 2 comments concerning the translation of the time period in Yoruba. I know that there's a difference between Ale and Oru. Because I saw in your slide where you said 1 a.m. is Agoparo. No. 1 a.m. is
Agokon.
Uru. Agopon.
Okay.
There's a between Uru and Ale. 1 a.m. is not Agoparo.
Okay.
Are you getting it now?
Yes, those will be corrected, sir.
So, like the last speaker said, it will be better for you to at least consult people who really understand, I mean, that times translation in Yoruba, at least to actually enhance the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, another question for you. Another question for you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My own question is, when you are translating to indigenous language, from English to indigenous language, particularly Yoruba, you have to take into cognizance all these. Let's, for example, you want to translate 715 or 716. You know, in Yoruba land, there's the mark and everything on every word. So how do you translate
the
all those
intonation,
things?
the mark?
Yes. Ami. You call it Ami in Yoruba.
Yes.
You understand? But what I'm seeing here, they are not really Yoruba. Are you getting it? If you really want to go into our literary indigenous language, are you getting it? All those things, maybe you have to consult the literature and see how
to consult the linguistics.
Yes, yes, exactly. I do understand, and you consult
Hello,
the
sir.
literature.
I need to consult the linguistics in the area of language.
To really know the actual translation of these
Network.
words. Yeah, do you understand? Hello?
Oh.
Thank you.
Mr. Olugbe, can you hear us? Hello? I think the network from this side is that played trick on us again. So I think we have to release him and let's go to the next presenter. Who do we have on? Do you have, who is this person? Sanire. Is Sanire, I mean, online? He has gone. Okay. What about Techno KL4? Techno
Oladipo
KL4.
Segun is available.
Do you
Hello?
have Techno KL4 online? Ola? Okay. Oladipo
Oluwasegun.
Okay. So we can have your presentation now. So go ahead, we are waiting for you.
Okay.
10 minutes.
I'm trying to share my screen. Share the screen.
Now, if you're having difficulty sharing from there, maybe we can share.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, yes. We can.
Hello?
We can see your screen. We can see your screen now. You can go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead. You can see your screen. Go ahead. You can see
Hello?
your screen. Hello, go ahead. We can screen now. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Oladipo, we can see your screen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I can't have I can't get a response. Okay, can I continue?
We can see your screen. Continue, yes, we can see your screen.
Okay.
Continue, please.
My name is Oladipo Oluwasegun, and I'm presenting this paper entitled AI-driven framework for intelligent learning management system. That's the ILMS, supporting adaptive assessment and student engagement. As a matter of introduction, the increasing adoption of digital learning technologies has significantly transformed the delivery of education in higher institutions worldwide, especially after COVID-19, and the learning management system has become essential for managing instructional material, facilitating communication, and supporting online and blended learning, even all over the world, especially in Western nation, because we can see that development has been embraced in a Western nation, and we can see that even in online courses such as Coursera, and the likes, Udemy and all of that. Despite this widespread use, many conventional LMS platforms remain primarily administrative and content-driven, offering limited support for adaptive learning, intelligent assessment, and personalized student engagement. Yeah, now we can see that the statement of the problem in this domain stem from the fact that popular intelligent learning system really depend highly on question bank and manual configured adaptive rules, which limits the scalability and flexibility of this learning management system. Well, yeah, I administer module examination in my institution, and I know that what we do is we populate question banks so that question can be picked from question banks, and this there is little or no level of adaptability or adaptability rules that is piped into this. Many adaptive learning platforms emphasize content recommendation rather than mastery-based progression, which we are doing in this study.
using knowledge base. There is a huge lack of integrated mechanism for automated assessment generation and performance regulated progression that which, as it were, reduces the effectiveness of personalized learning. Now, in line with this, the aim and objective of this study is number one, the aim is to primarily develop an intelligent learning management system that dynamically generates personalized quizzes and questions from course material that are uploaded by the course teacher. And the specific objective are number one, to review literature on intelligence learning management system. Like, what is it so far so good according to literature? Number two, design and implement an AI-driven intelligent management learning management system using NLP techniques and Gemini API. Now, and the third thing is, okay, how do we see that what we've developed, how do we see that it's work? To evaluate the performance of the system using a content alignment and student satisfaction metrics, which will be explained. Now, these are selected literature from previous works that are done in this area. Previous work actually detailed LMS platforms, module and blackboard, LMS, improved LMS that are a little bit custom. It talks about the analysis of usability of and functionality of LMS developed for seamless user interaction, LMS platform with interactive tools such as virtual reality that actually help learning using gamified content and the likes. Now, the methodology that we use to get the system developed, our intelligence learning management system developed, can be summarized using this diagram. It actually comes from the data acquisition, which is the bedrock, where the data is collected from PDFs, from slide, PDF, notes of lecturers, and some other information that stems from interacting with the application, like information during the usage of the application. And from this, it goes to the pre-processing. And during the pre-processing, we use NLP techniques such as tokenization, uh, cleaning, and afterwards the normalization of text to ensure consistency in the text generated. And then we move on to the intelligent content analysis that creates a relationship between instructional pattern. Now, in the AI driven quiz generation, this is all of the relationship and the keyword that is generated in intelligent content analysis system is automatically sent to the Gemini API in order to generate quizzes that are in line with those keywords and those core concept statements that are in line with the topic that is being taught. Now, the adaptive assessment is all about the mechanism that regulate the student achievement and ensure that students actually get the minimum score before they can make to progress to the next step. And the evaluation, the automated evaluation, just check the feedback and the answers response of the students in line with the correct answers that are meant for the question. Now, result and discussion. I have the interfaces 2 to 5 to illustrate the major component. That's the user interface that were developed, which include the course management, the course upload, the AI quizzes, the performance monitoring using the NLP and the Gemini API, and the system it's good to know that the system generates context-aware assessment from uploaded material and enforces a mastery-based progression. That's what we said, that the student or the user must actually get to a knowledge band before it can be actually moved to the next section in the these are the interfaces. These interfaces are not rich in graphics. We only did a prototype to ensure that it is usable, to ensure that we can actually measure the metrics that we use in evaluating the system that we develop. Now, in respect to the content alignment, we actually measure the content alignment using two instructors from Yabatech to measure the relevance of courses, the coverage of learning objective, and the clarity. And this application, the developer LMS, did so well by giving us a relevance to course content of 4.7. We use 5-point Likert scale. So we have a coverage of learning objective results in 4.5, and clarity as to the clarity of the quiz generated to be 4.7. This is a measurement from the lecturer's point of view, an assessment from the lecturer's point of view. The lecturer from actually used lecturer from computer science and computer engineering department of Yaba College of Technology. And also we measure the students satisfaction rate by measuring the ease of use and navigation, the relevance of quizzes that was generated by the intelligent learning management system. We also measure the clarity of the question, and we measure the overall learning experience. All of this is generated 4.7 for ease of use and navigation, 4.5 for relevance of quizzes to the course content. Clarity, we had 4.6 there, and overall learning experience total to 4.7. Now, this is actually from the student point of view. We had a result of overall satisfaction score of 4.625. Well, this is shown in table 3 that actually explain, and this finding indicate that the AI-driven ILMS actually come up with an enhanced student
You have
engagement. Yeah,
one minute.
a very
1
good
minute.
platform that allows student engagement, that supports personalized, all of these things. They amplify that deduction, and an effective that and a platform that effectively addresses limitation associated with traditional static assessment system, such as the one that is seen in Moodle. Now, in conclusion, this study developed an AI-driven intelligent learning management system that uses natural language processing, and Gemini API to generate context-aware quizzes that support adaptive learning, mastery-based learning, and the evaluation results showed a strong effectiveness, with lecturers awarding a high content. Yeah, at least Yabatech lecturer awarding a high content alignment score of 4.6, and student reporting a satisfaction score of
Your time is up.
4.625, which
Mr. Olugbenga.
indicates a good
Hello, time is up.
relevance. Like, this platform shows a good relevance, a
Hello,
good
Mr. Ladipo.
usability, a good engagement,
Your
that it
time is
supports
up.
engagement of
Our
users.
time is up.
Although the comparison with traditional platform is not actually dealt with in this
Hello.
study, such as traditional platform or
Your
widely
time
embraced
is
platform,
up.
such as Moodle, Google.
Your time is up, please. Now, we told you it's strictly 10 minutes. You have passed 10 minutes by even 2 minutes. Already. So please, your time is up. So the presentation is now open for questions, comments, and any addition from the audience. Any question, observation, or comment, please? Question, comment, or observation? Okay, now, can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Mr. Lugbenga, Mr. Ladipo, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Oladipo, can you hear me? I think it's no more online.
Yeah, I'm online. I'm logging in on my phone to hear because I could not hear anybody speak during my presentation.
Now, okay, you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you from my phone, yes.
Okay, I just have one observation from your presentation. In your
Okay.
discussion, you based your research and discussion on figure 2 to 5. However, none of those figures, the figure 2 to 5 that you presented, are clear enough to be seen. We cannot even see anything there.
Okay.
If you go back to your 2 to 5 for your for your result, can you project that?
Okay. Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, about this particular figure. We couldn't see anything. We just saw figure 2, figure 3.
Okay. Okay, I guess they are well detailed in the write-up, but well, I just want to provide limited number of slides to ensure that I finish on time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you very much. So, next presenter line. Do we have technical for? Do we have online this technical? So, technical for you have the floor. You have 10 minutes. Technical for. Okay. So you have the floor. Technical for you have the floor, please. Can you hear us? Hello? 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 Can you hear us? Do we have somebody else online? Now, technical, please, let's invite Mahmoud, please. Let's invite Mahmoud. Let's invite Mahmoud. Let's invite Mahmoud. So, hello. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello, Mr. Mahmoud, can you hear us?
Hello, sir.
If you can hear us, you have the floor. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Announcement, please. All participants are hereby informed that our lunch is ready. So kindly move toward the main entrance with your meal ticket and get your lunch, please. As soon as you get it, you can just come back to your seat so we can continue with the presentation. We are not stopping for the lunch. So just go with your meal ticket, get your lunch, and come back to your seat for the presentation. Please, Mahmoud, you can go ahead.
So, okay. So, Mr. Mahmoud, so you can now, you have the floor, please. You have the floor.
Okay, good evening, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Me? Hello, sir.
We can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me,
Go
sir?
ahead. Go ahead. Evening. Go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Hello, you can go ahead. Hello, you can go ahead. We can hear you. Hello. I think your network is not, your network is very, very bad. So maybe we have to move to another presenter. If you have another person on, online.
Okay.
Do you have another presenter online?
I'm trying to.
No, please. I think let's see if that is another
Hello.
presenter.
All right, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
My name, and I'm here to present privilege.
Yes.
Can you
please present it now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is that Mahmoud?
Prevalence of gastrointestinal parasites in domestic dogs in Ado and Idoloko government areas of Ekiti State. Yes, sir.
Please share your screen with us, please. Share your screen with us.
Here, so I don't know if you can help to share the screen with.
Please, technical
Hello,
desk, can you
sir.
share the slide so he can just speak to it?
Can I go ahead, sir? Hello, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead, but we can't see your screen. Hello?
Technical issue I'm facing here, sir.
You can go ahead
So
and
let
share
me
your screen
start by
with us.
introducing.
Okay.
All right. My topic is on intestinal parasite, their prevalence in domestic dogs. Intestinal parasite infections were revealed to be the main factor affecting the health of pets, especially domestic dogs. And intestinal parasite can endanger human health in addition to creating chronic illnesses or subclinical diseases in animals. And that may be fatal, especially in places where dogs do not receive enough medical care. So the aim of the research was determining the prevalence of gastrointestinal parasite in domestic dogs in Ado and Ido local government of Ekiti State, Nigeria. And the objectives of the research includes to determine the prevalence of gastrointestinal parasite in domestic dogs in Ado and Ido local governments, and also to identify the species of gastrointestinal parasite present. And later on, the research assessed dog owners' awareness of zoonotic potentials of canine gastrointestinal parasites. And the study design was cross-sectional. And data was also collected regarding the age and awareness of zoonotic dangers were gathered through fecal testing. That means fecal samples of dogs were collected from dog owners, and a questionnaire survey given to dog owners was also collected after being filled in order to identify the gastrointestinal parasite.
Now, technically, I think we're going to conclude the virtual session now because we've been having so many technical issues, especially from the end of the presenter. So now we are going into the physical presentation section again, so that as we are collecting our lunch, let's just come back and sit down so that we can start the physical session. So collect your lunch and come back into the hall, please. let's collect our lunch and come back into the hall so that we can start the physical session.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Please, distinguished participants, let's all get ready for the physical presentation. We have some slides submitted already, and we are going to be projecting them in that order. So once your slide is projected and you are not here, we'll move to the next presenter, and you come last, please. We are going to take as much as time permits us today, and the remaining will do their presentation tomorrow. So please pay attention and get ready. As soon as your slide is projected, just come to the stage and do your presentation. You have just 7 to 8 minutes so that we can use the remaining 3 minutes for question and answer. Please, thank you. So you can project the first one, please, on the line. Dr. I think you are the one.
Uh, Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, my professors, my senior colleague. Good afternoon once again. I'm here to make a presentation on study title, what determines the adoption of generative artificial intelligence among small-scale farmers. Evidence from Oye-Ekiti State, Nigeria. As we all know that food security is very, very important. And smallholder farmers are the key stakeholders in producing what we eat. But the challenge the small farmers is the access to information to improve their productivity. And agricultural extension has been, over the years, the only institution bridging the gap between laboratory and the feed for the farmers. But very unfortunate that the programs that we run across Nigeria and many developing countries have not been able to meet the information need of farmers. Some previous study also shows that in these days of digitalization, farmers have started to move to social media to source for information as far as their agricultural productivity is concerned. So we, at our hand, since the advent of artificial intelligence, we came up with the research idea that, okay, if farmers have been using social media, at the same time, let's see what they are doing with artificial intelligence. So research objective is to identify economic and digital factors influencing adoption of generative AI among small-scale farmers in Ekiti State. So we select 2 local governments, 4 communities, 120 farmers were interviewed, which were multi-stage sampling. And the result actually surprised us because we discovered that, okay, the socio-economic profile of the farmers, 68.4% are in middle age, then mostly male, mostly married, and 79.1 secondary or tertiary education, and they have roughly 10 years of farming experience. But what surprised us is that larger percentage, 64.2 are already using smartphone, right? And 65.0, they have internet access. But at the same time, radio, which is the primary means of information, has been the one they use for sourcing information about their agricultural programs. But at the same time, we still see that there is still digital divide because larger percentage are using smartphones, while some percentage also they are not using. But the result also further shows that about 60% of farmers are using artificial intelligence, especially ChatGPT for their farm activities. And they also use it in doing research and learning support. They also use it in making farm decisions and also for personal well-being information. So we move further to run logistic regression to see among the socioeconomic variables that that determines the decision to use artificial intelligence like ChatGPT. So we discovered that out of the variables we included in the model, only two variables, awareness of generative artificial intelligence and education, are most significant among the variables. So this shows that the more the farmers are aware of generative artificial intelligence, the more they are liable to use the technology. And also those that are educated among them, the more the education they have, maybe from secondary level to tertiary level, the more they are open to using generative artificial intelligence like ChatGPT. So for the policy implication, the artificial intelligence at the farmer end is a new thing, and the awareness campaign should be on the high tier so that the primary problem of farmers, which is sourcing information for their agricultural activities, can be solved. Then improve affordable device access. Still, farmers are still using those small phones. So we also see that if the access can be even, more farmers will move to using ChatGPT for their source information for their farm activities. And on the part of we, the extension agents, we have a challenge, and challenge is reaching more farmers. So we also come up with implications that AI should be integrated into agricultural extension systems so that more information can be rolled out to farmers. Farmers will be able to increase their productivity, and there will be enough food for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So the presentation is now open for question, comment, and observation. Any question, comment, or observation? Any comment, question, or observation? Please listen up his hand here.
Thank you so much, sir. I just have some concerns about the use of the AI by farmers, knowing that some of our local farmers who are really doing the work are not so much educated as to be able to adopt speech, knowing also that while we have some of the AI tools, I think some people are trying to see how we can also localize that. So I'm just thinking that the case where you have AI, not Yoruba based, is maybe English, as I'm finding it difficult to get necessary information for productivity and all of that. So I'm just having such a concern about how this issue.
To the scientists, so the engineers, people working in developing AI models. So definitely farmers are going to have challenge about literacy on how to use this technology. But we are pleading that some of our scientists should be able to run to understand our local languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Just one more question before we go to the next presenter. Okay, in the absence of any other question, I think Yes. Thank you very much. So next presenter. So you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharma, and everybody present here. I'm here to present topic installation, AI driving zero trust institutional detention system, enhancing transparency and the risk-based decision making in cybersecurity. So I want to present this presentation agenda here, but before that, I want to give you the introduction of the project. The research focus on the development of an explainable artificial intelligence, enable zero trust institutional detention system, enable system known as SAIZTIGS. The study was motivated by the rapid increase in cyber attack across the world today. Organizations, business, banks, schools, hospitals, and the government institutions rely heavily on the computer network and internet service for their daily operation as the technology continues to grow. Cyber criminals are also developing more sophisticated methods for attacking system, and the network cyber attack can lead to unauthorized access, thief of confidential information, financial loss, disruption of service, and the damage to organizational system. Network against this attack, organization use security system known as a detection system, normally called IDS. An detection system monitor network traffic and detect suspicious activities and malicious attack within the computer network. However, traditional IDS approach have several limitations. Then we now move to the cyber challenge. Number one, most traditional systems rely on detection, rule-based detection, or to define attack. This system can detect already known attack, but they often fail to detect new attack or no threat and sophisticated modern cyber attack. Another major challenge is that many artificial intelligence-based institutional detention systems operate like a black box. This means the system can make a decision, but users do not understand how and why the decisions were made. For example, the system may classify a network connection as an attack, but fail to explain what caused the attack, why feature decision, not the right decision, or why the connection was considered suspicious. This lack of transparency reduces trust in artificial intelligence system, especially in cyber security environment, where security and understandable explanation before taking action. To solve this challenge, this research introduced explainable artificial intelligence, SAI, and zero trust architecture. Explainable artificial intelligence helped the system explain why petition was made, how the petition, and which network feature contributed to this decision. This research especially used to explainable AI techniques. The study also adopted the concept of zero trust architecture. Zero trust means never trust, always verify. In a zero trust architecture, no user or device is trusted automatically, whether inside or outside the network. Every connection must be verified continuously before access is granted. The main aim of this research is to develop a smart and explainable intrusion detection system that can detect cyber attacks accurately, explain its decision clearly, use false alarm, and support zero trust security policy. The proposed system is called SAIZTIGS, which stands for Explainable Zero Trust Intrusion Detection System. transparency, reliability, interpretable, best about system. Move to the study used UNSW 15 data for the experiment. The UNSW 15 data set is standard cybersecurity data set containing normal network traffic. Data sets include 9 categories of cyber attack, so it may not be right there. Diffuser, the analysis, backdoor, denial of service attack, exploit, generic attack, reconnaissance, worm. Then a total of 500,000 network used for the system before implementation. The data was very important network feature out of this available feature. Then important DTL, D sports, DTTL, the load, and S by because they contributed significantly to attack decision. Tools used for implementation that was implemented used teach learning, SD boost, sharp, line, pandas, NumPy, and streamlined. Python was selected because it is easy to use and support machine learning and artificial intelligence system implementation. A dashboard interface was developed for the system. The dashboard allows users to analyze network connection, calculate attack probability, generate, perform zero trust security decision. The system can classify a connection as normal, allowed, restrict, or blocked. Explainable. One of the major contributions of the study is the use of explainable AI. The system provides using sharp, line, and hybrid XAI, ZT, IT explanation, sharp explanation, sharp explain how each network feature contributes to the final prediction. It shows whether a feature pushes the prediction towards attack or towards normal traffic. For example, the feature SCTL strongly contributed toward attack detection. Line explanation. Line explain.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Before I will open the floor for questions, I just say this. Although you are presenting computer science, yes, I'm not an expert, but your presentation has been very boring. To be honest, I have to be honest with you. You are reading, and what you are even reading was not even tallying with what you are projecting here. So please, to be honest, no, this is not a presentation. No, that's not a presentation. Others have presented here, even if it's not our field, they were able to carry us along. There's no way you just come and stand at the podium and start reading from your phone. That is not ethical. It's not good enough. So I'll open the presentation for question or observation or comment. Any question? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the present. You started your reading because that could have been my first observation too, that you were just there to read. You mentioned S-A-R-D. S-A-R-D. I mean, your earlier diagram. You mentioned S-A-I. S-A-I. Right. Explainable attack intelligence, zero trust, detection system. That is the full thing. So please, like me, I'm not a computer science, and so also we have people that could be in humanity. So instead of starting your statement with abbreviation, but when you make, it was when you were reading the title that you mentioned. So when you want to repeat it again, see that when you mention it something, you put the abbreviation.
You said you said if something else exists, you understand them before you now. Because I know that if one time idea, you sit down one very well. But because me, I'm one
Explanation, artificial intelligence, zero trust, people.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Any other question or comment or observation? Any other question? So in the absence of no other question, I think you can step down. Next presenter, please.
Next presenter, please, quickly. Kindly project his slides so he can start.
So you have 7 minutes.
Good day, everyone. My name is Balogun John Tokwe from Olusegun Akaki University of Science and Technology, Rupa, Ondo State, Nigeria. So I'm here to present a topic, early health detection in crude oil host community using random forest-based model. So I have my outline, the overview, which is we are going to look at the introduction, which is the background. We'll look at methodology, the result, and discussion, consider the conclusion and the future work. So I will start with the introduction, which is the background, the information. When we are talking about crude oil exploitation in Nigeria, we have some states that were affected. That is where we can get this crude oil. And then one of these states is Ondo State. And that is why we are going to take Ondo State as the pillar in the economy for several years. But despite what we derive from this crude oil in the country, the community where this we can get this crude oil still suffer. So that is why we look at Ondo State as a case study. Like this study now, this study is about health problem in crude oil producing community. And when we look at it in Ondo State, and what are the activities involved in this crude oil host community? We have an oil spill, we have a gas flaring, we have drilling operation, wastewater discharge. All these activities release some harmful substances, or I call it pollution, into the environment. And these pollutants contaminate the water body, the air, and the soil in this community. And as a result of that, these pollutants will cause a series of problems, diseases to those people living in the community. Like we have the respiratory diseases, we have the cardiovascular, we have the gastrointestinal, we have the neurology, like that. There are those diseases which this pollutant cause into those people living in the community. So we have some challenges faced by these people, and I'm going to look at it. I call it reactive system. So in this reactive system, these people, they fall victim. They were exposed to the problem, and the diseases affected them. And as a result of that, before and after that, we now consider them, or we get the information from the hospital. So, and when we talk about that reactive system, we are looking at it in terms of action that happens only, and the people become sick. But now we want to look at it. We want to consider that we don't want to prevent the problem. We don't want the problem to happen, and want to learn that. And that is why we introduce machine learning. So, and this machine learning now will now help us to look at it and to get the information and to prevent the information from being happened. That is why we are going to make use of the random forest, which is robust, is interpretable, it can handle heterogeneous data set and reduce overfitting via ensemble learning. So the methodology, the researcher used a simulation-based research design. At least we make use of simulated data because of the privacy or of the people in the environment. So instead of collecting personal medical record directly, so we generated 5,000 synthetic data, and because of the privacy and the protection of the patient and the people living in the community, and these 5,000 data sets, yes, we divided this data set into we have some variable which we consider during the process of the data set. We consider the demographic variable, which is the population variable, with gender and the age. We consider the risk indicator and the synthetic data, which ensure the privacy and the protection of people living in the environment. And the data were divided into 80-20 train and test. That is, we train with 80% of the data and then we test with 20. So
2 minutes more.
let me just go to the results of this. So by the time we look at the results, we the accuracy gives us 82.34. That shows for every 100 people in the population, we have, and if the value is being predicted, over 82% of them will accurately predicted. That is to say, if you have someone that is having a particular disease and is being predicted, that is out of 100 people in the 100 selected population, 82 over 82 of them, we have that. And we have the record result there, the precision, and all these ones, they are the performance metrics from the random forest. And when we look at it, we discover that to show that and to detect the early warning, the early risk in the environment. And we have the diagram there, there, we call it effect distribution of predicted health status. If you look at it, those that are in between 0 to 5, and we have those that are in 0.5, and we have those that are above 0.5, and those that are in between 0 to 0.5, they have lower predicted probability. As a result of that, because we are not so very close to the area, and we have minimal exposure to indicator, and they are being monitored very well. We have the moderate risk and we have the high risk, and because of our time, let me go to the conclusion.
Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
So the presentation is now open for questions, comments, and observations. I can see 2 hands up here. So, Mr. Imam. Hello. Give it to him. I think. Hello, so that we go, just go this way. Give to him.
Thank you very much. Because of limitation of most of these algorithms, you essentially use random forest. And one of its limitations is the black box nature of random forest. It may be difficult at times to monitor how it is making its decision. Why can't you add some other algorithm and compare their results?
Yes, thanks, sir. It's part of the future work. It's part of the future work. It's stated under the future work that in the future work, other algorithm will be used, and we are going to compare the results to know the one that perform better.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I'm a little bit engrossed with your presentation. And when it comes to health, one of the reasons why our people from life sciences are having issue with way computing, coming up with a system like trust in the system we are building when it comes to prediction. Now, looking at the data that you proposed or you suggested as being used for this research, synthetic data. So I believe before synthesizing the data, there should be an existing read or fact data that have been proven to be worthy to be used for diagnosis or problem. So looking at the concept of the work, it's not categorically stated that, okay, this is the type of disease we are even detecting or maybe you are predicting. So I don't know if you identify that. And another thing is, what are features that we put into consideration to make all these predictions about the health? Which types of health conditions are we considering in terms of pollutions? And what are the features that we are putting in place? Another question I want to ask is the issue of explainability. How is the model? How is it making those predictions, which have been asked by my organ here? So thank you.
Thank you, sir. The issue of synthetic data. We make use of the data from epidemiological literature. So in order to synthesize new data, and the issue of the diseases, the particular diseases, we living, let me say we, I'm living very close to the area. We living in that area, we know what we are facing. Like the way those diseases I mentioned here, there are challenges in this area. And that is why we are trying to bring out our project work that we continue to lay emphasis on this particular thing. Maybe in the nearest future or in the near future, we will inform the government to be able to give us necessary facility. Like if you get there in our day in those areas, we've hardly found a very good hospital. Country, they are generating money from this area, but they don't take care of the people and they begin to face challenges. So what those things that they can put in place is to design, to make use of algorithm that can be able to give alarm to show if this particular disease is coming and to tell the people what to do, if to run away or not to eat. Like the water body, sometimes the fishes that we do eat, some of them, they are not even good because of those things that what happened to the water. So we have to have a way of designing an alarm that can give the sign. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to say that he actually asked this question, but you didn't answer the question actually. Because he asked, what disease are we talking about? Yes, pollution can cause any kind of disease. So you are looking at risk factors and you have features. So that's why the question again I also was going to ask is, what are the features? You do feature selection? You do feature importance? So what are the features? Because these are the things that we are calling risk factor. But when you say risk factor to what exactly? So then you're also talking about a place, you are talking Niger Delta, a known place. And then you synthesize the data to talk about a known place that have their data, they have their information. But you want to synthesize something from the literature, and then you are talking about them. I mean, that result referring to them. So I'm not sure that we want to use a synthesized data to refer to people in Niger State, except, Niger data, except maybe the literature, the value you got in the literature is exactly from Niger data, and then you only have a prototype of it so that, like, say you are trying to keep their identity. I don't think the issue of identity is even an issue here, because now I want to say that it seems you may not be referring to people in Niger data if the information is not really for them. So you need to tell us the disease you worked on, the exact disease, so we can know maybe the features that were even selected were risk factors indeed for such things. Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. The issue of the disease that I work on, though we didn't work on a particular disease in the work. So, but the only thing is that we are trying to look at the diseases that occur as a result of the people living there being exposed to all this pollution. So, and we have some set of diseases that I mentioned there, like the neurological diseases, the cardiovascular diseases. There are those things that I cover there. So we are not that we are studying a particular diseases, but we are looking at how all these problems can be detected, how all these problems can be detected from this environment.
Yeah, thank you so much. I still have some concerns from what has been said. Now, my humble advice will still be that you may still need to really sit down and look at this work critically, to be sincere with you. Number one, let me ask, what is or are the research questions for this particular work? I would like to know that first before I move to the next question. What is or are the research questions? I'm not talking about the tools, rainbows or whatever, or the tools you mentioned, random forest, whatsoever. Those are just tools. They are not the major thing that you really want to do. So, what are the research questions that you use this particular tool to address?
The research, yeah, I know, I understand. You know, by the time we talk about research question, that one is very close to the objective. So we are going to put that one in that form. Reason why I said it's going to be in that form is that mostly in research, with my little knowledge in computing. So when we are writing our thesis, we don't normally put the research question there. When we're writing our write-up, but what you are asking, at least I somewhat.
Thank you very much. Hello. Maybe you see him later, and then you can discuss. Now, thank you very much. Now, I think I just want to add one or two things here. Like I said this morning during the physical presentation, I always have my reservation about AI prediction, because there are so many factors that, especially when it has to do with health, when it has to do with life, there are so many factors that people in the AI whatever are not actually putting into consideration. Now, you generated data set, you synthesized data set. Are you getting it now? You are now using that to now predict 85%, 90-something%, and all those stuff. Now, at the end of the day, did you compare your prediction to what you have from secondary data that are available in that place that you use as your sample area? Because that will tell us if actually what you are predicting is actually working. Are you getting that now? So don't just generate from the machine and come and tell us it's 7%, like 3%, and so on. When it has to do with life, there are so many confounding factors that comes into play. Are you getting that now? So that is very, very important. So I think that those are the kind of things that I want you to please me to think on. Thank you very much. I think you can step down. Now, for all presenters that have submitted their slide for today. Now, this is an announcement, please. Hello, for all presenters who have submitted their slide for today, I want you to just come to the front. Come to the front. Yes. If you have submitted your slide for presentation today, please come to the front. So how many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it only 5? Okay, 6. Okay, 6. Now, because we are constrained, one after the other, then after the last presentation, we will now ask questions. I hope you get that now. And because we are constrained for time, your presentation will only last for 6 minutes. I hope that is clear. So give us a very brief background, then tell us what you have done. Let's see how your result and your discussion, at least, and that will be it. Thank you very much. So who is the next person?
Heads of Professor Dr. Protocol. My name is Imon Peribika, and I'm here to talk development of an example model for hate speech detection in Nigerian social media. The digital revolution has impacted immensely ways the world communicates social media platforms. Platforms like X, formerly Twitter, Instagram, and this communication has created creative ways in sharing information and building communication. This digital revolution has its positive contributions and also its dangers. During the use of these platforms, anonymity and speed at which information is spread in this platform in the fertile ground for spreading serious content, with hate speech being the most prominent. What is hate speech? Hate speech is any form of speech that incites hatred, violence, or discrimination to an individual or groups because of these features like ethnicity, like your Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or religious affliction, that you're a Christian or Muslim. Nigeria has a challenge, and challenge the linguistic diversity in our digital sphere, in which hate speech is often communicated, and is communicated not only in English language, also in our Nigerian pidgin, and also our indigenous languages. And also, most times, they are together, they are code mixed together. That is to say, for example, someone is tweeting, "You are a fool, God punish, weary, onyoshi, banta," like that in tweet. What's the aim of this study? The aim is to develop the development of an example model for hate speech detection in the Nigerian social media space. And one of our objectives is to perform a detailed analysis of the data in the form of experimental analysis of the data of social media in Nigeria as to understand crucial linguistic features and prevalence of hate speech. To use what to beg in creating semantic rich word embedding, and also to test and train several based algorithms which include linguistic regression, random forest, XGBooks, and light GPM, using word to beg features. These are my methodology. And the first phase in my methodology is the data. Our data is having 35,976 annotated tweets. Our data was gotten from the Nigerian Twitter, a social media platform, tweets, and it's from the Nigeria Hate data set. And the next phase is the pre-processing phase. I call this phase the cleaning phase, whereby all noisy characters are removed so it will not obstruct the performance of our model. Then the third one is the feature engineering, whereby we're going to use the word to vec embedded. The fourth one is the single-based model, which is the logistic regression, random forest SG boost, light GBM. And the last one is the assembly prediction. And the assembly is three methods. And the first one is the sort boosting, the second one is stacking, and the third one is the gradient boosting. Also, we have our evaluation metrics with the accuracy, precision, recall, and height, F1 score. Yeah, no, back. This evaluation metrics is the F1 score and also the F1 class, which discuss the micro F1. The results of the single-base models, we have the logistic regression, which gave us an accuracy of 85.3% and a micro F1 score of 0.796. Also, the random forest gave us 85.9 with micro F1 score of 0.810. The SG boost gave us an accuracy of 85.9% with a micro F1 score of 0.814. And the SG boost optimize gave us 86.0% accuracy and micro F1 score of 0.81. Okay, the example model performance. Our soft voting gave us an accuracy of 7.4%, while the micro F1 score gave us a 0.835. The stacking example gave us a 7.8%, while the micro F1 score is 0.847, while the gradient boosting is 7.1, a micro F1 score of 0.839. We discovered from that chart the stacking.
Your time is up. Your time is up. You were told 6 minutes strictly. So, okay.
Conclusion is the stacking algorithm performed better than even the sync-based models. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, question, observation, comments? Oh, sorry. Okay. Next presenter, please. Next presenter.
Good afternoon. All protocol duly observed. My name is Ewaregbemi Soyisho. I'm here this afternoon to speak on the topic that says oil exploitation in land degradation detection system using remote sensing and SVM model that will support vector machine. Introduction. Land degradation has emerged as one of the environmental challenges in 21st century. And this land degradation is what we refer to decline in the land quality as a result of natural processes and anthropological activity, such as deforestation, urbanization, mining, industrialization, and crude oil exploitation. According to United Nations of Environmental Program 2021, as one that if the current trend of if this current trend continue, agricultural productivity will be declined by 12% in the year 2050. In Nigeria, crude oil exploration activities include oil spill, gas flaring, pipeline vandalism, pipeline leakage, and so on and so forth. And this has altered environmental condition, which has affected the soil exposure and vegetation loss. In Lajeland, the coastal region of Ondo State is one of the areas facing with land degradation. And this area is sensitive, is environmentally sensitive due to wetland ecosystem, mangrove forest, and over-dependence on agriculture and fishing as a means of livelihood for the rural dweller. Remote sensing, as we all know, is one of the powerful tools used to detect environmental condition or to monitor environmental condition, which has been assisting researchers to detect early change of the land over time. In these studies, SVM, that is support vector machine, is one of the most widely used machine learning algorithms, which have been used for classification tasks in remote sensing. And SVM has gained significant attention in the sense that due to its robustness in handling high-dimensional data and also nonlinear classification data. Satellite imaging provides valuable information for detecting vegetation loss, land cover change, and soil exposure. The gap of this study, a lot of research has been carried out, but few has addressed the problem in the larger land because they are not focusing on those areas. And why? Because they not adopt or make use of the latest machine learning algorithm to solve the problem in those areas. Slide 2, methodology. Multi-temporal satellite imagery, which is obtained from Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2, were acquired for this study. And this preprocessing of activities include atmospheric correction, geometric correction, cloud masking, and noise removal. And the essence of these steps is to ensure that satellite imaging reflects the ground condition. The next slide. Architecture, system architecture. System architecture, I follow this order. 1, we acquire the data through Landsat and Sentinel-2. 2, image preprocessing, that is, we process the image by using atmospheric and cloud masking. 3, feature extraction. Under the feature extraction, that's where we see NDVI, that is normalized differences vegetable index. We have soil adjusted vegetable index. We have normalized the efficiency water index and soil index. These are the three feature extraction. And thereafter, we have the training data set preparation, which is we make use of KMS clustering. The next one is SVM model training. That is, we make use of RBF, that is radial basic function. That is what we use to train the SVM. And the next one is land classification. We now classify the land to degraded and non-degraded. And the last one is degradation detection map generation. The next slide. The spectral indices and the features is divided into 4. We have NDVI, and the function of NDVI is to detect the vegetation of the land. SAVI, this one is better spear vegetation. And the next one, NDWI, this one tries us to map the water content of the area. And the last one, BSI, this one tries to expose the soil of the area. The next slide. K-means clustering and SVM. This K-means clustering is unsupervised method that have been grouped like others that helps to detect, used to train data. And the essence of this is that because of the limited data in those areas, K-means clustering was employed to generate risk code label training for supervised classification and result and performance. SVM model was implemented using RPF to achieve the overall accuracy of 92.8% with take-back coefficients of 0.8471, which show a strong agreement between predictive and validation classes. Conclusion. Please, conclusion. Conclusion, we can see the conclusion there. That is, this study, it helps us to match, to integrate RUS, that is, remote sensing, random sensing, remote sensing, and machine learning with SPM to detect land degradation in the coastal area. And this has been the future study is we are going to make use of the higher resolution of satellite imaging and deep learning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next presenter.
Good day, everyone. My name is Okulola Eunice Olamide, a student of Chemistry Department from the Faculty of Physical Sciences, Federal University, Oye-Ekiti. I'm here to present my abstract with the title, Determination of Pesticide Residue in Nigerian Leafy Vegetables. Pesticides are chemicals used in agriculture to improve crop yields. But however, due to irregular use of pesticide, they tend to leave pesticide residues on vegetables. Pesticide residues are chemicals that remain in or outside the vegetables. Now, in Nigeria, vegetables like efotete and ugu are widely consumed daily, but due to irregular regulations of this pesticide, they tend to release pesticide residue, which can affect consumers and endanger them. Next slide. This is a picture of some vegetables consumed in Nigeria. We have efotete and we have ugu beside it. Now, we have, next slide. We have some formulations used. These are some pesticide formulations used by farmers. We have organophosphate, we have carbonate, we have pyrethroid, we have neonicotinoids. They are used by farmers as pesticides. Now, there are different analytical techniques used to detect pesticide residue. Next slide. We have different analytical techniques used to determine pesticide residues. We have the gas chromatography, we have liquid chromatography, and we have mass spectrometry. Sample preparation also helps to remove plant matrix, which can interfere during pesticide analysis. The quick, easy, cheap, effective, rugged, and safe method is the common method used during this pesticide analysis. The next slide. This is a table of standard followed for pesticide usage. This is the MRL, which is the maximum residue limit, which means the highest amount of pesticide that is allowed in vegetables. And these are the values. Next slide. This is the table of Nigerian vegetables with pesticide detected. And if you notice, they've exceeded the maximum residue limit according to WHO. Next slide. We have some health impacts for the pesticide residue, which include the headache, nausea, vomiting, dizziness, respiratory difficulty, chronic effects, neurological disorders, endocrine disruption, and so on. Now, in conclusion, vegetables sold in Nigeria local markets are exposed to this pesticide residue. Therefore, farmers should be trained on the proper use, dosage, and timing of this pesticide application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. At least I have to commend your time management. And I want to find out, are you an undergraduate student? Wow, that is really good. That is really good. Just have to keep it up. Thank you very much.
Good day, esteemed Good day, Professor. Like, sure. My name is Alabula Fedizite, and I will be presenting active passive electrification, whether or groundwater resource evaluation. The survey was taken in Ayeku Farmland to Southwestern Nigeria by Ayero Ezekiel, both from Department of Geophysics, Federal University. So before going to have my outline, I'll be going to the introduction. Before going deep into the introduction, before going deep into the introduction, I need to explain what systems are. That's groundwater. Groundwater is a collection of water that has been permitted from the surface of the earth into a saturation zone called aquifer. An aquifer is a structure that tends to hold groundwater. Then about 30% of the fresh water that are available in the world are from groundwater. So we have geophysics. Geophysics is a branch of earth science that studies the earth, this principle like electricity, the vibration, and so many. So we can generalize this method into two, that active, but the active requires sending artificial source into the earth to get signals, while the passive doesn't send any signal. It measures the natural signal. So the aim was to delineate a prolific, the aim of the study is to delineate a prolific borehole site within the farmland, and also to detect the surface layers, their thickness, their layers, and also their resistivity. So the description of study area. So the area is said to be Ike local government and the fellow LCDA, and the name of the town is Ayeku. Ayeku comprises of complex geological structures. That's the pegmatite gneiss, and we have the pegmatite in front, and also the critical gneiss. So going to the methodology. We have the passive, which is the magnetic telluric. It measures simultaneously the electricity, the electric field, and also the magnetic field of the earth, while the active was the vertical electrical sounding, which measures potential difference of the subsurface. So my result, the result one was the passive result of the magnetic telluric. Like it ranges from 20 ohms meter to 68 ohms meter, and it can be said that zones with blue colorations are zones with low resistivity, which I may find out, and the other one is having high resistivity. My second result. This to interpret this, I'll use the name man item, that's the cup and the cap. From we can see like we have a complex structure, and also a complex structure. Those with having a complex structure are said to be zones with low resistivity that tends to hold water, but the parts with cap structures are zones that are highly resistive. So the second is for PS1, and also the second one is having a complex structure which tends to hold groundwater, and we have their resistivity variations there. So, conclusion. So my conclusion, after sounding points that on the passive result, the fracture was delineated, which is a good structure, groundwater, and horizontally is also an aquifer, which tends to hold groundwater, as explained earlier. Recommendation: though a lot of geophysicists have been jailed due to incessant bore failure, which instead their fault, but probably they were unable to use two methods to confirm it. But with this method, we notice that passive method tends to estimate depth, while the active method tends to underestimate depth. But correlating these two together, we're able to get a good and suitable site. Next slide, please. Next slide. Please help tap. Please help tap the image. So this second, so this was when we were drilling, and this is when is our topsoil, which is the rock, and this is the fractured phase. So this result was confirmed with this result. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much also for sticking to time. Are you also an undergraduate student? Wow, this is good.
Good afternoon. Mr. Akoshidolu to give a representation. School method in groundwater exploration. Here are my outlines, which goes from introduction down to reference. Introduction. Applied school techniques. Groundwater is a vital resource, especially regions where surface water is limited or seasonal. The increased demands for clean water, it has become necessary to adopt techniques that can accurately locate groundwater drilling. The physical method provide a fast, non-invasive, cost-effective means of investigating subsurface, identifying potential aquifers. According to Opolis and Ozumonge, he mentioned that applied integrated geophysical techniques to groundwater exploration in the basement complex terrain, southwestern Nigeria. Also, according to Cassidy et al., he demonstrated the effectiveness of integrated geophysical methods for groundwater exploration and borehole sites. Next slide. Here are my aim and objectives. Aim is to evaluate and demonstrate how geophysical methods are used to identify maps and characterize groundwater bearing formations for effective groundwater exploration. First, most like electricity, resistivity, seismic, magnetic, VES, and horizontal profiling. Sorry. Then to our other objective is to understand the depth, thickness, and structure of the subsurface layers, and also to assess the effectiveness of geophysical methods in locating groundwater before drilling. Also to interpret geophysical data and evaluate possible zones. Yeah. Is one resistivity transfers to lateral subsurface changes, and also completed 2 VES station using Schlumberger array to obtain depth informations. And line spacing and AB/2 increase systematically to deeper layers, while identify potential aquifer zones through profiling VES results. Here are our results and discussion. The results, 2D imaging. The 2D imaging reveals shallow to low moderate resistivity zones interpreted as weathered and fractured formations with groundwater potential. But it's likely. It's likely. Conclusion. The study shows the effectiveness of electrical resistivity methods in groundwater exploration within the basement complex terrain of the Ilupejuekiti. The trial successfully shows literal variations in subsurface resistivities, while the results that indicates the groundwater in the study area occurs mainly within the weathered fractured basement zones and regoliths. PS1 shows a well-reviewed fractured basement, making it a single location for siting, while PS2 show a shallow bedrock and thin aquifer indicating poor groundwater. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much also for your presentation. You must also be commended also. Thank you very much. So next presenter.
This is Oye-Ekiti. I'd like to present the topic physical evaluation of groundwater potential using stability gradient resistivity in a site, Oye-Ekiti, South Nigeria. Oye-Ekiti. These are my introduction to my reference. So the introduction, groundwater exploration involve understanding the quality, the depth, the extent, characteristics of as shown in figure 1. The purpose of groundwater exploration is for us to assess where we can find suitable, suitable, uh, suitable underground water resources where we have good aquifer, we have enough. The problem statement. Problem that we are trying to solve is the problem we're trying to solve is uncertain location for groundwater, frequent borehole failure, borehole, we have field borehole in Oye-Ekiti. Then seasonal water, like those that I was before, during dry season, there won't be water in the borehole. Then during rainy season, we're going to have water. So I'm trying to solve it. And also limited surface water reliability. But area where in Oye-Ekiti State, areas with rivers are kind of far away or not in that area. So we're trying to solve this problem. But since humans can't do without water, so we are trying to solve this problem also to make water. The aim and objective. The aim is to investigate the groundwater potential area using ingredient resistivity. And our objective we are to acquire and process electrical resistivity using gradient derivation, and also to delineate conductive and resistive zone, subsurface zone, interpret the relationship between weather fracture and bedrock formation to identify and recommend suitable for borehole drilling. Then the geology of the study area. The state as a whole is a basement complex terrain where we have metamorphic rock and of rock and they have low or no porosity and permeability. And what is porosity is the pore space which the water will stay, and permeability is for it to be able to release the water, not just storing it alone, also for it to be able to release. Then methodology. We are making use of the electrical method help us to exploit, construct the electrical properties in the surface material. Mathematically, we are making use of the principle of the that the current going through a conductor is directly proportional to the potential difference, provided that the temperature and then physical condition remains. So making use of our own score for this electrical method. The next slide. For the electrical configuration, let's now make use of our intermediate gradient array. And this array makes use of two electrodes. Makes use of 4 electrodes. Then 2 of these electrodes is there used to inject our current surface. And the remaining 2 electrodes is the potential electrode is what measures our charge difference. Like, then the depth of, we know that when we have a conductive area, we measure shallow depth, and when we have a area, it's for the depth. Then if I look at our result now, what's the bottom side, what's the left side, you can see the color which represents low resistive zone. And why towards the center side, you can see high resistivity. That is the red color represent high resistivity. So this intermediate gradient, what it does is that because the slice the image of the subsurface says that each result shows different layer in the subsurface. So the first one is the shallow depth, the second one intermediate depth, which is the one in the center, then the last one is a deeper depth. So this our result is telling us that towards the left bottom side is the place where we can drill our borehole, and why towards the right corner side and the top side shows resting area, which is the logo area, due to the rock in that place. Then the middle side, as we are going into the surface, or as each layer, the resting area is reducing, which shows that we have a fractured zone in that place. And one of the targets of this groundwater is target fractured basement or weathered basements, which we know that is for next time. So I've already explained. Next time. Then Sean said that this array, like I've explained before, if we want to drill our ball, we make sure that we target areas towards the left. We also help us recommendation. Also use other things, the physical method like VES, the vertical electrical sound. Give us more details and it can serve as a confirmation in order for us to be able to use, in order for us to avoid drilling field. The next time. And after all this, what are the importance of the physical method? Help improve their water availability and use. It also addresses seasonal water explained before. Then it reduces the high borehole failure rate, then high success rate in locating good aquifer, and also help us SDG goal 6, 2, 3, and 11. Next slide, my reference for listening.
Thank you very much. So the next presenter.
Good afternoon, to the Chairman, Professor, doctors, lecturers, and students. I am Olani Bless, and I am here for an oral presentation topic logical evaluation of a site. Oye-Ekiti. And here are my outlines from the introduction down to the reference slide. Geophysics applies physical principles to study the Earth. Hydrological evaluation helps determine groundwater potential and subsurface characteristics. 2D electrical resistivity imaging. 2D resistivity imaging is a geophysical method that helps to map underground layers. And under this method, the array used is the Werner array that is known for its good vertical resolution. Next slide. The aim is to evaluate the hydrological and subsurface characteristics of a site using 2D resistivity imaging. The objective is to acquire 2D resistivity data along established tracks, to process and model the resistivity distribution of the subsurface, to identify possible groundwater bearing zone or aquifers, to provide recommendations for groundwater development site. Next slide. The geology of the study area. The site is located in Oye-Ekiti local government area, southwestern Nigeria, and Oye-Ekiti lies within the crystalline basement complex of southwestern Nigeria. The dominant rock types are granite, migmatite, schist, quartzite. Please, next slide. Methodology. 3 traverses were occupied across the study area, and electric current was introduced into the ground through the outer electrodes, while the resulting potential difference were measured through the inner electrodes. 2D electrical resistivity is an active geophysical method used to investigate ground surface geological structures and groundwater potential. The resistivity values are acquired and measured through the resistivity meter. Next slide, please. To the result and questions. On the traverse one, the results showed to the pseudo gotten from resistivity meter. The topsoil, which identified by the blue color, the blue to green color indicates the topsoil. The yellow to orange color indicates the weathered or fractured layer. Then the red to purple color indicates the fresh basement. And from this traverse one, the topsoil has a low resistivity from the surface to about 3 to 5 meters. Then below topsoil, we have the weathered layer, which has moderate resistivity, and the fresh basement has it's a highly resistive zone. And from this, there's possibility of a fracture on this traverse. Next. From the traverse 2, the topsoil has a thin, low resistivity, indicated by the blue color. Then the green color. Then below the topsoil, resistivity increases along depth, and the increased resistivity shows us, it suggests that the subsurface structures can be used for engineering purposes. Then the next slide, please. On traverse 3, there is low resistivity of topsoil from 0 to about 3 to 5 meters. Then from 10 meters to 15, there is moderate resistivity and high resistivity of the fresh basement. Down below the go down. Then at the end of the that the 2D resistivity imaging using the weather array identify the presence of thick weather layers and fractured basement, which indicates good groundwater storage capacity in some parts of the site. Then it is recommended that additional geophysical survey, that is, especially the vertical electrical, they should be conducted to confirm the possibility of aquifer depth, to confirm aquifer depth thickness, especially on traverse one, the possibility of a fracture is found. So VS carried out to confirm groundwater potential. Then the reference.
We still have another presenter.
Good day, my distinguished professors, my esteemed doctor. Using particle electrical sound snake at the dolphin, southwestern Nigeria. I'll be talking on my introduction to my references. On the introduction, groundwater investigation is essential for identifying reliable aquifer zones, especially in basement complex terrains where water occurs within weather and fracture layers. Groundwater methods. There are different groundwater methods. Examples are seismic method, gravity method, ground penetrating radar, remote sensing. However, in this study, vertical electrical sounding VES is a field technique under electrical resistivity method, and it is useful in providing dependable information on subsurface resistivity variation, useful for also locating groundwater bearing formations by Akintoriwa and Udo in 2024. But not every year survey in the Dauphin Oye local government helps characterize subsurface conditions, determine aquifer geometry, and support informed decision making for groundwater exploration. Our aim is to conduct an electricity survey for groundwater development in the Dauphin Oye local government area of the state. And to achieve this aim, we have two objectives. One, to delineate groundwater potential zones, and two, to determine the depth and thickness of subsurface layers and recommend suitable depth drilling. The study, description of study here. Here is the map. Here is the road map of Ekiti State, and the arrow here indicates the study area, indicates our study area, which is methodology. Vertical electrical sounding is a field technique under electrical resistivity method, as I've said earlier, which consists of series of electrode combinations AM and NB with gradually increasing distance among the electrodes. The K factor for the combination are calculated and used to obtain electrical resistivity for measured electrical potential and current. The result of VES was later processed and interpreted using IPI to win software, and we were able to determine we were able to get the number of layers, the resistivity values, the depth, and the thickness. The result here in VS profile 1, the type of core we have here is the HA core. And speaking of the lithology, we have the topsoil weathered layer, partially weathered layer, fresh basement. While the result of VS2 profile, the type of core we have here is the AK core. We have the topsoil also, the weathered layer, the fresh basement, and the fractured basement. However, VS3, the type of core we have here is HAA core. Also here we have the topsoil, the weathered layer, the partially weathered layer, fresh basement, and basement. Conclusion. I concluded that VS3 with a thick overburden of about 71 meters, the best VS point within the study area for groundwater development. And while VS2 with fractured basement would also encourage groundwater development. It is recommended due to the presence of thick overburden of about 71 meters. It's recommended that thick overburden, due to the presence of thick overburden, that VS3 is the best building point. And in addition, VS2 will also support groundwater development due to its moderate overburden and presence of geological factors, structures such as fractures spot within the study area. Here are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, we still have one other presenter. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Standing on existing protocol, I am Olajide Oluwatomilola Dorcas from Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Physical Sciences. And I am here to present my abstract title, Nanotechnology Applications in Food Chemistry, Enhancing Safety, Quality, and Shelf Life. Next slide. These are my outlines that goes from the introduction to reference. Next slide. The next slide, please. Introduction to nanotechnology in food chemistry. Food nanotechnology uses nanoscale material that ranges from 1 to 100 nanometer to improve processing, packaging, and safety. Applications include nano-encapsulation for nutrients, nano-packaging for better barriers, and nanosensors for pathogen detection. It enhances taste, texture, and nutrition, but may pose health and environmental risks. Next slide. So these are the types of nanomaterials and nanoformulations that can be used for the preservation of food and some of the effects that they may pose. The first one is the metal and metal alkylide nanoparticle, which includes the silver nanoparticles, zinc oxide, and titanium dioxide, which help preserve food by killing microbes, blocking UV, and preventing oxidation, but may migrate into food and cause toxicity. The second one are the nanoclays and layer silicates. Examples include polymeronite and other nanoclays. They strengthen packaging films, improve durability, heat resistance, and barrier properties, but they may clump together. We also have the carbon-based nanomaterials, which are used in smart packaging and are used as nanosensors for. The next one is the polymeric and biopolymer nanomaterials. Next slide. These are the functional properties of the nanoparticles that are used in food chemistry. The first one is the antimicrobial properties. The second one is the barrier properties. Next slide. We have the catalytic and photocatalytic properties, the antioxidant and active properties. Next slide. Nutrient and bioactive, and also the sensor application. These are applications of nanotechnology in smart food industry. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. The applications of nanoparticles in food chemistry. They can be used for nano-enabled packaging in the sense that instead of using our normal nylon to close our and put them in the freezer, this can be used to extend the shelf life of the food by days. Next slide. This is a table showing some products that are preserved using the normal control, and when used a nano-enhanced. The first one is meat. On a normal day, meat is going to last 2 days without using any nanoparticle on it. But when nanoparticle was, For it was increased by 7 days. For fruit, it was increased by 7 days. Dairy was increased by 7 days. And orange juice was increased by 18 days. Next slide. Next slide. The safety, toxicology, regulatory, and ethical issue. We have the toxicology concerns. Ingested nanomaterials can absorb and accumulate in organs, causing oxidative stress and DNA damage effect and needs further study. The next ones are the analytical method for safety. And we also have the regulatory landscape. Next slide. Next slide. Conclusion. Nanotechnology offers significant promise for food safety, quality, and shelf life. However, its effective integration requires balancing innovation with rigorous safety science, sustainability, regulatory harmony, and consumer engagement. Next slide. Recommendation. Researchers should focus on green sustainable material, biodegradable nanopackaging, smart packaging, and IoT integration, and functional food system with nano delivery. Emphasizes circular economy design. Next. Regulators need to harmonize definition and standardize testing methods, and researchers should focus on long-term study and multidisciplinary approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that is the last of the presenters. Now, before we go into the question section, I think I want to create the sense of our days that are present for us to actually comment and have your permission. Now, I want all our undergraduate students that are presented now, I want you to just stand up where you are, just stand up. Just stand up. And I want us to actually give them very good round of applause, please. To be honest, they have really done us proud here this evening. I have to admit, their presentation were actually better, far better than some of the presentations that we have seen here today. And that is very, very commendable. At least at this level, if they are being introduced, at least to presenting at conferences like this, I think that is a very good thing to do. And I also want to commend their supervisor. They have really tried. I believe the supervisors, you can be proud of yourself. You have really done very, very well. You have done very, very well. And students, this should be the beginning for you. This should be the beginning for you. You have your life ahead of you. Let's be a starting point, please. You have really done very, very well. I think you can sit down. Thank you very much. So let's now see if you have questions for them. And we'll take the questions one by one. And whichever that the question is applicable to, at least we just rise to answer.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, sir. I want to make some clarification on some things. From your introduction, and then I think your topic, you made mention of remote sensing, and then I think crude oil as well. Okay. Now, my question is that, what is the relevance of remote sensing to crude oil? That is my first question. And then also, my second question is, you mentioned crude oil in your topic, but your conclusion does not capture the remote sensing and the crude oil in per se. So please, I would like you to give a clearer view to this.
Thank you. I said it earlier. I said remote sensing is one of the powerful tools for environmental monitoring, and it helps researchers to detect the land change over time. That is remote sensing. And in conclusion, I said, with the integration of remote sensing and SVM model helps to detect land degradation in the coastal area. So remote sensing helps us to detect the environmental change, to monitor environmental change. That is the major work. So we now integrate it with machine learning, which is SVM. And SVM helps us to classify, while remote sensing helps us to detect or to monitor land degradation.
Thank you very much. So if you need any other clarification, I think you can see the presenter. So we're going to entertain just two more questions. Just two more questions. Okay.
Thank you very much, the chair, for this section. We really appreciate you. And I really want to congratulate the students once again. We're really proud. So I have a comment, then I will ask the question. I will go first with the question, mostly for the physics students. So, and the question will be that, how do you explain what? Like me, I'm an industrial chemist, so please, there are some times that you'll be looking out to get while you explain groundwater. That's one. Then for some of you that made your presentation, where you want to start the presentation, like, I want to present my abstract. It is not an abstract. You understand it, two of you. I don't really know. So you want to present your abstract. This is not an abstract. Since you have your methodology, you have your results and discussion, it is your work, the project. You understand? Just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. According to geophysics, groundwater water that has been precipitated from the surface of the earth down to saturation, that is an aquifer. The water passes through, I would say, filtration, because it's being filtered out. So we have confined aquifer. And confined aquifer is an aquifer that has a good sieve, sieve out pollution, while the unconfined one that has good sieve, whereby water gets direct.
Okay, thank you. I just make or let me say an observation. The lady that presented on the residue, pesticide residue, very good work. I remember some years ago where we did a work where we got vegetables from different markets within Oye and Oye-Ekiti, and we discovered that what we are actually consuming is they are poison. We thought we are consuming vegetable, but we are vegetable in form of poison. And it's partly due to the residue of this pesticide, because some of our farmers, they felt if we increase the dosage of what they ask us to use to be more effective. But what you actually presented on, you presented more on the vegetable. What about the soil? Remember when you put this thing, when you use this pesticide on the soil, on the plant and on the soil, still have residue in the soil. Another year, the farmer will come again, plant on that soil, the plant will absorb whatever the residue that you have, plant it again. So what I just want to say is that probably we can add this to our story to look at when will this residue, maybe from 2 or 3, 4 or 5 plantings, at what point will this residues? But by and large, it was a very beautiful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think with this, we have come to the end of the physical presentation session for today. I would like to thank all our deans, at least for honoring us with their presence from the beginning of the program up till now. Thank you very much, sirs and ma. I also want to thank every participant, every presenter that are still with us now. Thank you very much, please, for staying up to this particular time. And also, other participants that also waited until the end today. Thank you very much. So we hope to see you tomorrow morning again for the physical presentation. Thank you very much.
Please, a big round of applause for our chairman. Thank you very much, everyone. Please, one more last thing. I would like to invite the Dean, Faculty of Computing, to give us word of thanks, and then we depart for today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, let us give our students once again a round of applause. They have really tried, honestly. I saw all the presentations and I was so happy. At least at their level, if they can perform like this, then we know that our future is secured. So thank you very much. So good evening, everyone. The Dean, Faculty of Physical Science, Professor Cecilia Akintayo, my Dean, Faculty of Life Science, Professor Ajiboye, sir, all other HODs, all professors present here, esteemed colleagues, to all the speakers in absentia, all gone, all our participants, and our wonderful students. We want to acknowledge all of you for coming here today. So on behalf of the 3 faculties here, Faculty of Computing, Life Science, and Physical, I want to sincerely express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has contributed to the success of today's conference. We are humbly grateful to all our keynote speakers in absentia and all the resource persons for sharing their valuable knowledge, insight, and experiences. We want to appreciate all of them. The presentations have really enriched us for our understandings and inspire us a lot. We also appreciate most especially the university management for supporting us, for sponsoring us, the organizing committee, everyone is appreciated, and all the support staff, those that you have not been able to mention, the ICT people, we want to really thank you, sir. You are really wonderful. And everybody, we want to thank you sincerely for supporting this conference and making it to be successful today. And to all the participants, we want to also thank you. So as we conclude today, the conference is still going tomorrow, is still continue tomorrow. Please let us formally, I think the virtual presentation will come up in the morning. Am I right, sir? Okay, physical. Okay, we come up in the morning. Tomorrow morning, please let us formally, let us be here by around 8:30, please. Let us be here. The conference, we have really also gained 1 or 2 things from this conference. So please, we want to appreciate everybody. So we thank you for all your support and participation, and we wish everybody good night. Thank you very much.